completely fair, Hybrid. What I would do is I would go around and I would question other people, like go into the community of that webcomic and that K-drama and see what their reaction to that is. I'm closer to on time today. Good job, Sean. Let's all clap for Sean. Hell yeah. You gotta go like this, Callie. You grab it like this, and you go, words do not hold me back. I hold back words. When I let loose, those words will jump. And the second reason, Callie, is because your brain is cooking something, but it's not ready yet. So your subconscious isn't ready to attune it to you. But when it is, you're gonna be like, oh, I'm loopy as fuck. It's all about, Callie. Yeah, but most people just think, oh, the Good Samaritan helped him. Yeah, but the moral of the story is when you help someone, don't expect them to help you back. That's the moral of the story. It's okay to help someone, but don't help someone just if you expect to get helped back. That's you. Stop it, this is a form of bullying. Because at any point in time, Smokey, you could just ask. Well, instead of using your points, use your words. Ask politely. Just ask, he says, how many times I've asked you to suck? And I've only done it twice. I trust them not to fake it. Because they really want to be ghost hunters. And they're like, we want to prove this shit is real. So anyways, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. That's all that matters, right? So, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. No, your clan tag should be Whitakers, Smokey. You just rename your entire name to just Whitaker. The Whitakers.
That creature looks like it was sewn together from different corpses.
Jesus Christ, no, Smokey! I should have never told you about that. I should have never said anything. No. Bad, Smokey.
You're a fraud! Where's my toque? 700 septillion!
Oh, it's so good. That's gonna go down in fucking history, guys. That's gonna go down in history. I know it's kind of confusing, but it's the Viceroy. Because there's the Viceroy who just got appointed as Viceroy, but there's also the Viceroy who just stepped down. But it's because Husai knows that character as the Viceroy. The other, he only knows the other guy is the Viceroy's son. So it's like, that's kind of how it's presented with the Viceroy. Like, my main go-to name is like Husai, Varius, Fraviska, Destura. Oh, don't worry, Book, I know, I see in colors too. And we had like 4 people in here that all had the same color, and I was like, oh my god! The colors! I do not! I only vary my comment to cover both cute and muffin. Yeah, some words you can, and then other words you're like, wait, what the fuck does that even say? Okay. I can tell you a story, but that wouldn't do it justice. Let's ask a story instead. How did it come to be that this metal infused by lightning conjures storms? Just by looking to the skies, the clouds gather as if magnetic, swooping between each other with grace. Priest in panties. Dreamy Bloody, I fucking love it. Yes, that is an amazing name. Oh my god, that's an amazing name. Priest in panties. And it's just the description of the character, but the character never gets a name. It's just always referred to as the priest in panties. Levi, yo, thank you for the raid, brother. How was the stream, good sir? Did you do writing?
Yes.
Yeah, we had some fun. Oh, it was a good day today. We finished the fucking story. Yo, 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 what's good, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. Oh, yeah, shit. I didn't turn any of this stuff back on after the Stargate movie because we had such an intense conversation last night. Probably gonna have to move this one around, right? He was playing Cuphead. What's going on now? Oh, is this like part of the thing? Hold on, let me figure out if I can just take this. That should do. Should give us still most of the game. Yeah, how's it going? What you doing? What you up to, guys? We got interesting stuff today. I was gonna do the whole like house tour and stuff like that. My nephew and my sister and everyone was over and stuff. We had Chinese food. It was a good old time. But it's fucking raining outside, so like I wanted to do like, you know, a whole around the yard kind of thing. So fucking weather ruined that. Because I want to do sound testing and video testing for like how far I can go, like if I can keep a signal, right? So that during the barbecue that I can make sure that like, because it's like basically a pre-run for the barbecue to make sure that like the camera and the mic will actually like pick up the conversations. So we're talking for like 2.5 hours about fuck, I can't remember his name, but there's this like random Indian mathematician, Shankar or something like that we were talking about. We were discussing, you know, the idea of whether your creations are creations of your own that create real realities, or you pull ideas from other realities, categorizing that and reestablishing that, and then taking in like the idea of like metaphysical data and looking at points in time in history where there are examples of basically unexplained events like that, right? Like with this guy where it's like some rural village in India, and he has like the mathematical proofs that to this day we still are like figuring out, and it's like string theory shit and like multiple universes, simultaneous time, consciousness, and like the fundamentals. But it's because one second. He gained all of this information basically through what he called the deity of Hinduism. And he was like an atheist. He didn't believe in this shit. And then he just says he has dreams of blood that become formulas. And the information is just like downloaded into his head. And it's just like, boom. You know, he just knows this shit. So we're looking at stuff like that. Plus I had seen like recently the Van Gogh Starry Night painting where they discovered like the formula of fluidity in the mathematics of the structure of the painting. Right? That it shows like the way the energy moves fluidly throughout the universe and like transfers, right? It's like law of thermodynamics and other stuff like that, but like written into the formula of the painting itself, right? Because they're usually physical representations of mathematical theorems in like images, right? Like concentric circles and like different patterns and stuff like that, right? That like if you draw the angle of this, combine it with that, you get this formula for like the Golden ratio kind of stuff, right? That's the basis of where it comes from. We're basically talking about stoner girl evolution and where my ideas come from, right? Whereas I feel like, because there's like a contrast in things, and it might be a proactive, retroactive thing, because it's been like 20 years of like coming up with the story of Final Fantasy. But it's like, I feel like with the Final Fantasy story, it's like I'm discovering the story. Right? It's like, I just think about something and it's like, oh yeah, that just makes sense, that falls into place. Right? So it's like, on the spectrum, I would call that the like picking up on or like discovering other realities. Right? So it's like, the Final Fantasy book is like picking up on some other reality that exists. But I feel completely different about Stoner Girl Evolution, where I feel that I can see the holes in the entirety of the puzzle of the image, right? And I'm just looking for ways to fill those holes. Whereas, like, I just look at the whole picture of the Final Fantasy book, and it's like, there aren't any holes. I just have to keep looking and digging deeper, and I just keep finding the answers to, like, all of my questions, right? No matter how, like, deep and crazy and interesting they are, right? Like, for example, how does the tree basically, like, live? And it's, like, the life energy of lava that goes through it like blood through veins, right? And that's also creates, like, the network of, like, lighting inside of it, with, like, lava veins going through it, right? Whereas, like, Stoner Girl, it's like, okay, well, I see a hole in something, and I'm like, how can I fill that hole with something, right? So it's, like, a completely different experience between, like, I feel like I'm creating the world of Stoner Girl Evolution, but I'm discovering the world of Final Fantasy. Which, like, to me kind of makes sense, because, like, most of everything from Final Fantasy is, like, inspired by and troped by Final Fantasy, in my experience from the Final Fantasy games that I played in my life. But, how can I fill that hole? Scotty, that's disgusting. Well, I have this toy, you see, and it's a butt plug, but it's a tentacle. So, I mean, what? 3, 2, 1, toke! See, it's not saying Hail Mary 500 times, it's performing a Hail Mary 500 times. That's the true challenge. What are you up to? What do you got? What are you at, Ahab? How's your day going today, good sir? Oh. Another day, my man! Another day, we're back at it with new ideas and new areas, new thoughts, new spectacles, and new advice. But anyways, we're talking about, like, the differentials of creation and, like, the ways in which your brain and consciousness either fundamentally create, express, or going alright, ate some Panda Express. Fuck yeah, you had Chinese food too, bro? Dude, it's a Chinese food day. Fuck yeah. We had epic wok. Some good shit. We're twinning, Ahab. We're twinning, bro. Fucking love it. Cantonese barbecue brisket is beef jerky and sweet baby Ray's sauce. Oh god, that sounds good. That sounds good, bro. But yeah, the differential of the kind of ideas of where they come from and how you express them in other cases and such. Because, like, what I like to do with things, right, is someone will take, like, a standard idea, right? Let's say something that's, like, common. I'm trying to apply this, like, literally to what I'm doing while I'm doing it. Like, I have an example, but it's not the example I want to use. But if I can't find another example, I'll use that example. It's just a bad example, in my opinion, because it proves, like, the opposite of what I'm trying to say. That's why I'm trying to find another example. Whatever. I can't find it. In-group bias with, like, Muslims, right? And everyone will say, oh, Islamophobia and everything like that. But then there's also, like, in-group bias with, like, trans. There's, like, in-group bias with, like, Nazis. There's, like, you know, like, the KKK members and stuff like that, right? There's this overall in-group bias for, like, everyone. But almost every single one of the groups accepts that there's the in-group bias, except for, like, you know, those ones. So it's like, I always try to find, when I'm, like, trying to prove a point towards something, I want to find an example that's not a mainstream example to show specifically that, despite everyone says that it's, like, coming from this angle, it's actually, in fact, like, just a loud minority compared to, like, the rest of the, like, possibilities of it, right? like, the example that I'm coming up with is, like, everyone talks about, like, let's say, you know, corruption inside of, like, immigrants, right? And, like, Muslims, right? But, Lego example would be, like, it also happens with things like Mormons, Heterites, you know, like, Christians and stuff like that, right? Blood-Starved Beast on New Game Plus Plus is fucking my shit. I was gonna say Bloodborne, because isn't the Bloodborne PC thing out now? I saw Asman was looking at it. Yo, what's up, Muffin? What you at? What you got? What you doing, my man? Welcome. Oh, welcome. That's your alt account. Have you managed to get your main back on Twitch yet? Has that been an ongoing endeavor? Or have you attempted to create a new one? Or did you say that it wouldn't let you create a new one? I'm suddenly remembering something along the lines of not being able to create a new one, but I don't know where that idea is coming from. I could be retarded. I am retarded. I'm probably retarded. I know I'm retarded. Fuck. I'm retarded. But anyways, I haven't looked at the appeals portal. Ah, I see. Fuck it, it'll happen when it happens, right? There's more important things. We'll figure it out. Well, figure it out when we figure it out. Fucking government. But yeah, so it's like, the way in which, like, I try to explain ideas comes from the angle of that creativity and storytelling, and I think that's why it's like, despite thinking I have such a bad manage on communications, because I'm trying to say too many things at once, so it's like, people can't get everything that I'm saying all at once, because it's like too much packed into one space, right? So it's like, I'm trying to get an idea and a feeling across to you, but I'm telling you a story, right? Or giving you an example of something like that, right? And it's like this morphing between the underlying what I'm trying to say, like the message of what I'm trying to say, and then the actual story that I'm using to portray that message, right? And it's like, kind of like I think about it in the way that I think of like fairy tales, like children's fairy tales, right? Because it has to be written in a way that scares the shit out of you so you don't do certain things, but it doesn't like traumatize you or expose you to something that you shouldn't, you know, experience. So it's like a soft way of introducing these things, right? Like the Three Little Pigs, Little Red Riding Hood, right? It's like you have the underlying message of what the story is trying to tell you, right? That like you may not fully grasp like consciously, but it's something that even by hearing the story, you will unconsciously understand the reference for the parable, right? Of like how it relates to the real world, right? Like not trusting strangers, you know, not going off on your own, you know, stuff like that. You know, taking responsibility for yourself, right? I think that's like super important for how I communicate, right? Because if I'm not communicating with someone who can understand those layers, I have to be the one who's able to take a step back and remove layers in order to make sure that person can understand, right? And I think that's like your job as the person who understands stuff, right? It's like dumbing it down for a child, right? It's like one of my favorite things is like, I wonder if I can find it. I wonder if I can find it. Maybe I can find it on X. Physics child book. It's like this is like the understanding of how you can like do this, right? No, I don't think I can find it. But it's like super basic as fuck, right? It's like you know, this is a line, or like this is a dot, right? Like this is a dot, that's a space and time, right? And then the next page is like this is a line, right? And then it's like this is more lines, this creates dimensions, and then so it's like gravity, like gravity wells, how matter interacts, and it's like explaining all of physics, but on such a basic, completely understandable level between pictures and images that it's literally made to teach 5-year-olds about how, like, quantum physics works, right? And it's the power of the ability to use the language to convey those ideas in a way that even a child can understand, right? And your ability to break things down to that level, I think, is like an important aspect of communication, especially in writing, right? Like, I have to be able to get these ideas out to people, but I can't word salad it at people, right? 3, 2, 1, choke. And, like, my struggle is, like, the esoteric understanding and representation of, like, format of words, right? And that's why, like, I'll explain things from, like, 4 different angles to try and build, like, a solid picture of it, right? And that's why it's, like, I like to use examples from stuff. Don't say my struggle, you Nazi. What is that a reference to, Ahab? I don't think I've heard that. Oh, is it because, like, Jews, and it's, like, the struggle of Jews? So it's, like, if you say, like... Wait, that's... I've never read mine. Should we do that one day, Ahab? Should we just go through and read Mein Kampf? Even though, like, Twitch specifically has TOS rules against, like, manifestos? I don't think I'd get banned. I don't think anyone would notice. I don't know. I don't know. I think it would be funny, right? But we'd have to do, like, you wouldn't just do that, right? You'd have to do, like, all of them. So you'd have to do, like, 6 or 7 different ones to not be biased, right? And then you'd have to do, like, a Bible reading, a Quran reading, and, like, a Torah reading, and, like, a, what's the Shinto... Oh, fuck. It's like... Tabala? No, it's not like... It starts with a T or something like that. Mein Kampf just means my struggle. Oh, it just means my struggle in German? I didn't know that. I know mine is like my, but I didn't know what Kampf meant. My struggle. Oh my god. I mean, guys, let's just be funny for a second, right? I think we're struggling nowadays. Right? So it's like, at what... Where and when do we draw the line, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying where and when. Okay? I'm just asking questions, guys. That's it. I'm just asking questions, okay? Calm down. Right? Which is funny, because, like, I've never actually even heard or read a Hitler speech. But, like, I've heard people say things about Hitler speeches. Right? Or something like 1488, where it's, like, the 14 words of, you know, the saying to, like, preserve your race or whatever, right? Yeah, at what point do we have to admit that, like, how do you say this, right? Start to question, right? Admit that we should start to question. That's the best way you could say it. We must admit that we must start to question. And at some point, those questions might just lead to answers that we are not ready for. We are not ready for those. I'm probably not even ready for that answer, right? Like, that's a scary thought, too. It's like, what kind of person would be ready for that kind of message? What kind of person would you have to be? That's a scary thought. And then it also brings into, like, you know, maybe it not be the person that you were, it's the person that you are, and that's by, like, proxy through life experience, like lived experience, right? Like we were talking about yesterday, like my radicalization through lived experience. Which is why I feel like it's like there are not a lot of people that are, like, let's say, justified in their radicalization, right? Like, they're just dumb retards. But it's like, I feel like I'm, like, completely justified in my radicalization, right? And I'm only using, like, my lived experience with, like, the utmost scrutiny of facts, with the utmost logic to come to the utmost, like, best decision. And unfortunately, that formula and that math does not add up to a pretty answer. Oopa-doozy daisy scoos, not pretty, right? And again, it comes down to at what point in time does the line of society be something that, like, we're looking for, and then one day we just look over our shoulder and realize how far past the line we actually are, right? The crazy, crazy thought about it. But if you can't have that thought and pose that mindset, right? It's like, how are you willing to justify your own apathy, right? Like, I am just a lazy piece of shit procrastinator, doesn't do anything, so it's like I can just accept that and have the knowledge and not be, like, I guess say, like, driven to guilt by non-action, right? Whereas a lot of people, it's like, you get to a certain point of knowledge and inaction is no longer, like, an option, right? But I don't see myself, I mean, there's a possibility, I guess, but I don't see myself in any reasonable, logical way of crossing that line, right? And it's like, there would have to be some sort of fundamental difference with how I perceive reality for that to be, like, the outcome. Because despite having to know what you have to do, I'm not the type of person who can do it. All I can do is bring up the conversation, talk about it, and discuss it and find options for someone else to do. So it's like, I feel like I'm doing my part in my capacity, even though I know that I'm not doing the maximum of my part. And using my writing as a tool to expand on that is, like, a fundamental motivation for, like, self-expression. That's why I love, like, interrogating people for their, like, inspiration and motivations to see, like, how other people deal with that, interact with that, and use that, right? Because it's not something that I believe is a universal across everyone, right? Like, I consider myself extremely unique in that due to, like, the aspects of, like, my raising, my morality, the way my brain works, like, what I've been experienced and exposed to, the knowledge that I have, right? And it still allows me to be in a position of neutrality, right? Despite all of that. And being able to say, yeah, I get it, yeah, I know, but I'm not going to do anything about it. And I know that's bad, but you're not doing anything about it either, so shut the fuck up! Right? And it's like, if someone is doing something about it and tells me that I'm a lazy piece of shit and I should be doing something about it, I'd agree with them. I'd be like, you're right, and I know I should be doing more, but it is what it is. I'm glad that you're taking up that mantle and doing it yourself, and I hope other people would. Maybe one day I'd be able to, too. And from all that, you can look back and say, hey, what was my contribution? And then I can pull out my book and be like, boom. Right? And be like, if you know how you're looking at it, and you're looking past the story, you can enjoy it on the multiple levels, right? Of, like, I use, like, The Simpsons as, like, probably a motivational, foundational, like, premise for structure for something like that, for, like, idea crafting, and the idea of you need it to be able to be presented to children. So it can't be gratuitous. It also needs to hold a spectrum of lesson or message or value that a child, a teen, and an adult, and even the elderly can get, like, a glimpse of. And that relates to, like, an essence of some sort of function of reality, right? Which is why, like, real-world events are portrayed in certain ways in, like, certain Simpsons episodes as a way to, like, reinforce that connection, right? And they're always using, like, reality as a grasp for where those ideas come from. So, but they have the understanding of presentation to mild it down enough that everyone can enjoy it, but the more intelligent you are and the more depth you look into it, the more that you can get out of it. So it's not that you have to look deeply to get anything out of it. It's just, it doesn't matter which layer you're looking at, you're still getting something out of it, right? And that's how I try to create, like, my stories and everything, is in a way that can be told non-gratuitously and with value, but still be a story and not an agenda. Because it's simply a representation of an embellishment of a reality. And depending upon, like, your experience with reality, your ability to connect to that is the potency of my writing and my storytelling and my ideas. That is, if I do it right. Like, if I can get what's in my head on the paper and convey that to other people, right? But that's still, like, way up in the air as if that's even reality, right? I had to grab water and grab a piss, but I'll be right back. yeah, when I look at, like, the way that I create things and the way that, like, I use the inspiration to evolve what I'm thinking in order to portray the story that I want to tell, the looking in comparison, because this was, like, the main point, right? Is, like, looking and comparing what the actual reality is to, like, other people, right? And again, this comes down to whether I think about this for like other writers, like how much was like the reality in Tolkien's head actually put into Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion and everything, right? Like, I can only imagine how much like better and complete the ideas inside of his head were, as opposed to the ideas that were written down on the paper, right? And I think about that with, like, all creation of, like, any kind in any media, right? Is, like, did the final product, or, like, what was the percentage of the final product that stood up to the original idea? And I honestly think for, like, even the greatest works of all time, it's probably, like, 80 to 85%. And, like, the true idea that they were trying to convey in their head that they didn't get across, like, there's, like, a lost in translation across the medium of, like, transition from an idea in your head to words on a page. I could be wrong, but I think that's probably, like, that's probably statistically what it is if you had the information, right? Like, I would logically assume that's about it, and that's how I think about it. So I think about other people and how other people think. That's, like, the main mechanism I can use for, like, for instance, character building. Of being, like, how would someone in this situation feel and think, right? I ascribe these foundational feelings to this character and put them in a situation, how would this character act? And then it's like, once you're able to completely master that, I think that's why I'm such a good ability at, like, reading other people's characters and, like, connecting to other people's characters and being able to, like, describe how those characters feel and what those characters are like, undergoing, right? And, like, predictions for stories and stuff, because it's, like, the breadcrumbs give me enough of a picture to be able to be like, okay, this is, I think, where it's going. This is what I think that the story itself needs. And that's where it's, like, the dissonance between, like, my ideas and what I'm predicting what the actual story is an arrogance to me. I'm like, I think I'm doing it better, right? But I think everyone should think that, because if you don't think that about your work, what the hell are you doing? You don't think your work is awesome, why the fuck are you doing it, right? So that's why it's like the belief in yourself and your own work is, like, the strongest thing. Whether you would consider that arrogant or not, it's how you work with it, right? Like, I think that, but I don't act that. Right? And then it's like, at every point in time, I'm trying to, like, prove it to myself, right? I'm like, okay, well, if I am this good, what does a great writer do? Okay, well, they do this. Oh, well, shit, I do that. But again, it's like, I feel like, honestly, the best way to go about it is if I had, like, an author. Like, if I was, like, co-authoring a book and I was the idea person, and then I had, like, a really, really good writer that could get those ideas down on the page. So I could, like, describe how I wanted the story to them, and then they could transcribe that into words. I think, like, the ultimate efficiency of, like, being able to get the ultimate message would be something like that. The only problem would be finding someone who could do that. So at that turn, I am, instead of, you know, sulking and sitting back, I'm being like, well, I will develop the skill myself, and if the opportunity ever comes through, you know, I can use that skill as an extra means of, you know, transferring of ideas, right? To get, like, maybe something like the style of a voice of a character or something like that, right? Of, like, you, like, write down how this character talks, and they're like, oh, I see, yeah, okay, I get that, yeah, I know exactly what you're doing there, right? So I think that would be, like, if I wanted to create the best possible product, so me with the ideas and someone with a great writing skill who's actually like educated in the English language would produce a work that could be like 10 times better than something of me just splaying my ideas on the page. But there is also the idea of like the uniqueness of just the way that like I do language that would make, could that be the true magic of my writing and my book? It's not actually the ideas and I'm just like thinking like that, but it's actually the way in which I present those ideas in words on paper. And like giving that task to someone else would ruin the entire overall, right? So there's like a contradiction, and since I don't have that like other person to write, there's no point in like I should focus on myself, right? That's how I look at it. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. And then it comes to, like, again, comparison to other people and interpretations of what other people do, which is why I love, like, looking at other people's work, especially, again, amateur work, because the unrefinement, the uniqueness, the style, the, like, immaturity, if you will, of it, is, like, a potent teacher, right? It's like, you're gonna learn a lot more doing it wrong than only being presented with, like, how to do it right. Because if you're just presented with how to do it right, you never learn the fundamental basics. You just, like, that's what you need the outcome to be, but you're like, well, I don't fully understand how to get to that outcome. So something like your ability to interact and, like, manipulate, I guess, the like presentation. It's almost like changing point of view of a character, right? And it's like, I know it's like different mediums between like film and writing and stuff like that, but it's like camera angle shifts, right? That change the perspective, and whether it's like a zoom in, a zoom out, a pan, a, you know, a swap or something like that. It's like that transition becomes I don't know if becomes is the right word, but it's like infused with the message that you're like trying to tell, right? And it's like, if I can pick up on that in someone's writing and like predict that out, that's like a complete bonus for me on learning, right? Like reading The Wheel of Time, it's like, okay, now I can see what you're quote unquote supposed to do. And then I read Relic or Haffy's work, and it's like, oh, well, there is a little bit in between here that's like, I can now see like the range of difference, but it's not just like quality, it's like all aspects of like, there are things that are like you can't do or won't do in like a fully published book like The Wheel of Time, right? Where it's like in Relic's writing, where it's like the stylistic heavy pressure of like ominousness of just like making everything feel like it's out of place, is something like probably people would want to like a publisher would be like, well, why is this so repetitive, right? But it's like part of the style to build the atmosphere, and as long as you recognize that, it functions as a proper tool of like notifying you, and then like changing it up, right? So it's like it sets you up with a formula and then changes that formula, right? But without the like heavy pressured emphasis on like atmospheric tone of like, this was too out of place, this was too quiet, this was, you know, something like that. Gives you the contrast when you finally get into like a point of, oh, this is what it's actually like. And it's like the difference between the character's interpretation of the reality that they're living in versus the actual reality they're living in. Like a character can be afraid for no reason, or a character is like not afraid when they should be afraid, depending upon like the information and their understanding of the situation that they're in, right? And I'm just thinking of like Cinder as example of this with Grimes, right? And it's like, I could see why people would question the use of language in that way, but I think, like, as a full analysis of it, it is something that adds to the voice and style of it that could be lost due to, you know, this isn't the standard norm. And that's why it's like, I don't want to compromise my writing in any way to have anything that's like, oh, I changed this idea or did this thing because of this. Like, I want everything to be as the authentic idea, right? Like, the fact of, like, having N-word as the rival's character. I'm like, yeah, I just think it's funny and hilarious, and it's also a massive plausible deniability. Oh, it was just Edward, and I just changed the D to an N. And then I was like, I don't even, what do you mean N-word? Like, what are you talking about? Right? Like, completely just deny the existence of it and being like, I don't know what you're even talking about, and then have some sort of realization like, wait, hold on, wait, you mean like the N-word? Like, like the racist black word? Like, wait, is that what you're thinking? And then be like, oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Shit. Total plausible deniability. Everyone's like, nah, that can't be. You literally have N-word, son of C-word, no, son of F-word, steward of C-word. And then I just rampantly use retard in, like, dialogue. It's like something that just Stoner says. Oh god, it's so bad, but it's so good. And it's like, that just simple idea and the thought of it being like, oh man, how would people deal with that? Makes me just like lock that shit in, right? And it's like, again, I'm in a unique place where it's like, I am afforded the ability to do that. And I know, like, if you're, like, trying to make a career out of writing, you should definitely probably learn to compromise, or you're probably not going to sell books, right? Like, if I wanted to sell books, I'd just write the worst fucking smut slop fucking combination between freaking Haunting Annabelle and Milking Farm that would be like a #1 seller that like every woman would have like 8 copies of it because they need one for every room in their house, right? Like, sure, I could probably do that, but I don't have a story that's like inspiring or motivating for me to write like that. It would just be like, okay, let's just take all my most fucked up kink fantasies and let's just like enact them with like women and animals. Like werewolves and, like, you know, like mythical creatures, minotaurs, satyrs, you know, all the thing that women love in romantasy, right? Because it's like, I think I have a fundamental understanding of like how women connect to stories and why like the written porn, for instance, is more like appealing for women, right? And it's like, using that, all you have to do is just follow the instructions of what the previous bestsellers have like capitalized on, and then you just do it better. And then it simply comes down to like a marketing and like a marketing problem, right? Like if you can't sell it. But I think also, like, without the passion and the motivation, the story would be void of that connection. And I don't know, I just wouldn't want to write a story like that. But hey, maybe one day I'll think of, like for instance, like something like, Evan, You Dog, right? Like, the reason I wrote that is because I love the story behind it and the idea, and it's like a personal experience that I've also had being in that situation. So it's something that speaks to me, and it's like an enactment that, like, happened but it's over with kind of idea. So it's like a projection of regrets of my past into this story, right? And it's all not even technically like me, because it's based on the song Layla by Eric Clapton, which is he wrote the song for George Harrison's wife, because he was like basically in love with George Harrison's wife, so he wrote Layla as a love song to her. Yeah, because they were like best friends, because like the music industry and stuff like that, right? They like, knew each other, they're great singers and great stuff, so they'd just gotten along, and it was like one of those like kind of awkward, you know, moments in like a friendship, right? And let's say I was a third wheel for 7 years, and then she cybered me, and I made her break up with her fucking baby daddy, and then we fucked, and then she left. And I was like, okay, well, I guess I gave her freedom. Fuck it. It is what it is. So I don't know. It's just that, but that's not something that's like I could write. That's like, I guess if I was to write the story, but it wouldn't be like, the problem with that is that story is more like a just grounded down to earth story. Like, think of something like like a typical love story, like literally like a love story movie, or like, what's the one with like the two people with cancer, the chick and like the stars in our whatever, or the, you know, the love in our star, whatever shit, you know, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, you know, both of them have cancer, and then the dude winds up dying, and you think the chick's gonna die, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, names never work well for me. But something along those lines. Fault in Our Stars. Yes. There you go, Ahab. Yes. Chick movie. Yes. Yes. But obviously, like, this book would be, like, 4 chicks, right? But if I wrote, like, my, let's say, love story with that chick, and, like, my experience of, like, knowing her and everything that we went through for, like, fucking 12 or 13 years, that wouldn't be like a smut story romantasy. That would be like a just down-to-earth, like, chick flick kind of thing, right? So it's like, yeah, sure, but that's, you know. So it's like, even like the hardest I press to find inspiration for smut, it's like, I don't really have it. So it's like, is it really worth it? I don't really care. But then again, it's like, if I was in a position where it's like, let's say I needed the money, it's like, that would be like a backup plan. Like, it's fucked up to say, but to me, that's the backup plan of someone saying, oh, I could just go do gay porn. Like, if worst came to worst, I could just go do gay porn. You know? Like, that's essentially how I think about, like, writing a smut book purely for money. It's like, yeah, if I'm down bad enough, I could just go do gay porn. 3, 2, 1, toke! But I did just have, like, a thought. about reasonings for why I want to put real-world events in my stories. Other than just, like, I think those real-world events are interesting and, like, they resonate with people, and if you can catch that Easter egg, like, I think that's, you know, cool. But it's also something like the picking up on, like, you know, the other realities and other experiences and, like, other people's memories in a way to, like, that, like, I'm telling someone's story that, like, actually experienced something like this in real life, but just in a different way.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom.
Hello! I missed some of your streams that I had surgery on my foot. Oh shit, Relic. I actually had I had almost like a breakdown yesterday because of you, bro. I'm glad you're back. But I wanted to come in and say hi. I'm in pain. Fuck you, Worm, but I'm gonna head off and rest. Hopefully be back tomorrow. Fuck you, Worm. Fuck you, Relic. Get better. Good luck, man. Hopefully everything is good. You know, no complications or anything. Get better. Rest well. And we will see you in the next one, my man. All prayers out to you, brother. Take care. Feel well. Alright, I guess I'll take another toke. I have to. I have to. 3, 2, 1, toke. Such kind words from Worm. But yeah, see you tomorrow night. No break bounds, are we? Brunch. Happy's worked like a book in the dark ages. Fuck is brunch? And it was because Relic, after the whole Predator Badlands thing, I was like, oh my god. Burn. Oh, burn! Okay, burn. I was very concerned that, you know, I fucked up. So, I'm not gonna do that again. I learned my lesson. I learned my fucking lesson. What would happen if you heard Happy's book? Would demons come out? Do you think demons would come out? I don't know about that. Would are the demons hidden inside of the ink or inside of the pages? Or inside of the words themselves, devoid of the ink? And the ink is like a vessel. So it's like, you could like splash ink over something and it would just make the words. Like, using like, electrical, like, magnetic waves. Right? With like, because you can do that with like, magnetic, like, ink. With, like, file shards. Right? And you can like spread it across something and then it'll instantly make, like, the words because it gets pulled to the, magnetic field lines. Very cool magic trick. Yeah, as far as, no, I've had an infected toe foot for 6 months. My doctor place wasn't helping, so I went to the ER and they did surgery to fix it, so I can't walk or wear shoes for 2 weeks. Oh god. I have a bandage on my toes. It just fucking came off in bed. I've spent 15 minutes redressing it. Movie is movie. I'm not going nowhere. I love you, Relic. I know. I'm sorry. I'm retarded. I know. I'm pretty sure my toenail's gonna fall off. Like, the whole thing's fucking, like, I don't know if you can tell, but it's, like, all red and shit. Like, even from there, I'm pretty sure you can tell, like, how dark and, like, it's not supposed to look like that, right? It's, like, it's supposed to be light. Like this. And my other toe is, like, just barely on it, right? It's, like, at the top. You can kind of tell and see it a little bit. Oh, there you go. You get a little bit of the feet pics there. Is what it is. You know, sometimes I give stuff for free, guys, okay? I'm not that stingy, alright? Yeah, hopefully you feel better, and, yeah, I hate shit like that. Like, toes are, like, the most sensitive parts of your fucking body. It's like, 'cause they need to be, like, you know, taken care of. It's why stubbing your toe hurts, like, almost as much as fucking cutting off your finger. So retarded. And it's like, it's one thing about, it's like, when I crushed my foot, right? I'm glad of, like, where I crushed my foot, because it was, like, on my foot, like, here, right? So it wasn't, like, any of my toes, and it was, like, between, like, the bones, right? So it kind of just pushed the bones to the side. It didn't fracture or break anything, it just pressed into my foot. Yeah, mine was almost purple until they did the surgery, which took an hour because the medicine wasn't numbing me up like it should. So I have like 8 injection nodes on my foot. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna pray for you and feel better, Relic. Hell yeah, dude. Thank God we have medicine though, right? And thank God for freezing too. Even if sometimes it doesn't work. Ads, we're in ads now. We got us some ads. We be ads with my sad dads, tad rad with my ad fads. Oh, bring on the ads, I'll tell you. Yeah, enjoy stream. Typing on a phone is hard, but yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Alright, sounds good, Raleigh. Take care, good sir. Feel better. And to be as I am not what I see when I look at what I'll be with my ads. One day I'll see them and know why you'll be at me with my ads. Oh yes, I know you'll see my ads. Impressed to be on me why I am at where I be, so ads will be what you see. So I have been thinking, but I haven't really gotten anywhere with it. Thus the reason why, like, botanist is fucking blank. 'Cause I want, like, I want there to be a connection between the botanist and the phage plants. And it's something along the lines of Scotty, it's LGBTQ, not phage clans. No, phage plants. It's like a Venus flytrap. And it absorbs the DNA of whatever it eats. When you feed it other plants, it, you know, becomes them in a way. Enunciate. Okay. But something about, like, Helldivers 2 is fun. I played the original Helldivers in, like, 2015? No. Was it 2016? Yeah, I played Helldivers 1. I never really played Helldivers 2. I liked Helldivers 1 more because it was, like, top-down, like more, like, ARPG style, whereas Helldivers 2 was more third-person FPS. It's not FPS, it's first-person, but you know what I mean. Shooter. Third-person shooter. Supposed to top-down. Like arcade style. But I mean, it's an evolution of a game. It still had all the great elements to it, right? I remember there was an achievement you could get for if you were, like, on the deck and you spun around 30 times and, like, flared your cape around with, like, a specific cape on. You get an achievement. And my friend was, like, sitting there trying to wait for us to get ready so he could do it. And, like, I ruined the entire thing because I was, like, basically, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? And then I started copying him, and I started fucking with him, and then he started fucking with me, and then we went down to the mission, and he never got to do the achievement because I was fucking with him, because he never got to do enough in a row, and then he was just mad, so he was like, fuck you, I was trying to get an achievement, and I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, oh, I'm retarded, and he's like, yeah, you're you ruin everything. And I was like, fuck. I was just trying to have fun. Thought you were just, you know, goofing around. I was like, you didn't have to tell me that. You could have just gone and done it again and then got the achievement. I've been like, oh! I was like, you ruined it yourself by telling it. So that was a good experience with Helldivers 1. So definitely a good game. Botanist. So something along the lines of, because again they're in the Legion space, they have to be from Legion, but some sort of background of theirs is connected to techno, and it's something to do with like genealogy and modifications. So they think that like the phage plants are miracles of the goddess, but they're actually genetic engineering from techno. So there's like this misconception that I want to present where it's like, oh, the miracles of the goddess stopped working, but like the phage plants have like the magic spells coming off of them, right? So it's like, if the miracles of the goddess stopped working in Legion, why is it still working on the plants? And then there becomes like this entire idea inside of Legion about like heresy and infighting, of being like, who did what to make the goddess forsake us? Right? And that's like the main like civil movement that's like pressing against like the powers that be, right? But as we know, like the cardinals and the bishops and stuff are just like insanely strong even without miracles, right? Like they have like other kinds of things. I don't know exactly like what it is, but it'll be like most likely the fact that because the Pope is connected to Techno, right? So, like, every one of his officials and stuff is, like, has some sort of form of, like, genetic enhancement or something like that. That they've been, like, experimented on or something like that. And that's why it's, like, they're basically, like, fucking superhuman. Like, Captain America or some shit like that with, like, a serum. It's, like, makes them super fucking OP as shit. So it's, like, even, like, 500 to 1, like, the 9 Cardinals could basically, like, shut down the entire, like, all of the citizenry revolting, even though they're, you know, they don't have miracles anymore. Because they're, like, the most devout and shit like that, and they know, like, there's some manipulation going on, for miracles and, like, the way that they do it. So it's like, if they had their miracles, no one would stand a chance against them. The fact that they don't have their miracles just brings everyone else onto, like, a kind of evenish playing field. If, like, everyone gangs up, uses everything they have, and the Cardinal, like, slips up, because he technically can be killed and doesn't have any protection, it's just he's super strong. But anyways, so the botanist's father is, like, from Techno or something, and he made the phage plants. She took the phage plants with her, and that's why, because, like, I was trying to figure out a reason why the Cardinal would come to take the phage plants in the first place. And I was, like, you know, tying that to how she's using the phage plants to create spices and spices for food, like, enhancing, like, textures of food and, like, herbs and stuff like that, and then referring that to something like the, like, Arabic, like, silk, spice trade routes and stuff like that, and, like, you know, it's, like, peace on certain terms for, like, means of economy, or something like that. But maybe it's something along the lines of, like, botanist family flees, and, like, maybe her parents die in the fleeing, and, like, her father gives her, like, the thing, and she has, like, all the knowledge, so she's, like, like, on the surface, she's, you know, creating these different herbs and spices for, like, food, but underneath it, she's just gaining the perfect knowledge of how to, like, genetically modify things. And it's not just plants, right? Like, her experience should go beyond that with the knowledge that she has, so that, like, she can do, like, genetic modifications to people, which will come at some point when we go to Techno, or something to do with Zombie when he becomes cyborg, or something like that. I don't exactly know yet. And that'll be, like, her reason for, like, leaving Legion, is because they wanted to, like, you know, they like, found out that he was from Techno, and they needed these plants, and, like, they destroyed them, but they had saved one seed, so now they have the phage plants here, and now, like, you know, Stoner has come in and fed the weed seed to it, now it's, like, new magic, so it's, like, there's a huge web of connection between, like, the phage plants, right? And that'll all build up everything that... Because I want each character to have something on the surface, right? But I also want them to have, like, something that's, like, part of their past, that's, like haunting them in some way, that at some point in time in the story they'll, you know, be a reveal, and it'll come back and be an important thing, right? Like this statement for the cook of, if you exist, you have a sibling in captivity. He's eventually going to find his sibling and, like, track his sibling down. But it's not going to be pretty what he finds. But that's definitely, like, a closure moment. Like, you can't have that idea represented and then not have an event that creates closure about that character. Whether it's, like, information that you find out that the character had died, or, you know, you knew what happened to them. It's like, there has to be some kind of closure after you've put that idea into the reader's head, right? And then for Botanist, it's everything to do with the phage plants, which is one main aspect of the story, because Stoner Girl and these are stoner plants that are enabling magic, which is the entirety of the new regime, new aspect of power for the regime, now that miracles are gone. Oh. But one of the biggest things is like gonna be like figuring out what plants do what and why, and seeing if that makes any sense, or we're just gonna randomize it. Cause I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna be like, randomize it as fuck, and just like I'm gonna make up random stuff for random things, like smaller kind of spells for smaller plants until you get into the bigger, bigger spells for bigger things, and like trees and like, basically super trees and stuff like that, bushes, vines, basically kind of pretty much everything, every possible combination that would be worth exploring, I think would be interesting. And this also creates, like, okay, well, things are rolling in my head right now for Botanist, and actually how Botanist is going to be integrated into the party, because I was going to be like, before they leave, after they burn down the tavern, they go back to Botanist and hide, but then, like, she shoos them off to go to the forest, to go pick up Tank's wife, the healer, and I was gonna leave her behind with the phage plants to do, like, something off screen, so that when they came back, they would have, like, more stuff. But then I'm like, maybe the botanist and the alchemist meet each other inside of the forest when he takes it, because maybe the botanist goes, and there's too many, I think there's too many plot holes in this, because I'd want to take the botanist to Legion, and then the botanist be seen, and then that have, like, a repercussion that's like, oh, you're on the wanted list of some kind. But I don't think that'll work. Because I'm like, what is the informing idea of why people are now coming, like, why the Cardinal comes to Menos and takes everything? Like, what instigates that? Like, who does what? Is there a betrayal, a passage of information, a timeline for, like, communication? But this is something that, like, I can't narrow down. I've been thinking about this for, like, 2 days. I was going to do Botanist originally before I did Cook, and then as soon as I thought of the Lamnis bread, I was like, oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do for the Cook's background. And that kind of put the Botanist on the back burner. Yo, what's up, Fizz? What you at? What you got doing? What you doing, my man? Welcome, what you at? How's your day going today, good sir? 3, 2, 1, go! I gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Oh. Tunes are far too loud. Oh shit, sorry, Retro. I didn't even notice. What you up to? What you got? What you doing, Retro? How's your day going today, good sir? Oh, we're on the first chapter. Oh, fuck yeah. I don't know when it'll be done. That's no rush, Fizz. No rush. Right? I'm a huge brainstormer, so it takes like 90% of the time for me to brainstorm, and then I'll just fucking rush shit down, right? Like right now, we're trying to figure out with the botanist background how they connect to the phage plant, because they need to be connected to the phage plant, how that's gonna, you know, instigate more of the story to figure out how the Cardinal figures things out and comes here and why he didn't before, but he does now, right? And it's like some sort of incident that has to happen in some way. The film? How was the film? I went to sleep. The film. Wait, you mean Stargate? You mean Stargate? I've literally seen the Stargate movie probably 100 times. Yeah, it was amazing. It was good. I talked through a lot of it, though, because, like, Rebecca showed up, and then we started having a conversation about things, and then it became an 11-hour stream. I went to bed at, like, 7 in the morning. It was a good time. Good conversation. So, we've had, like, pretty long streams last couple of streams, so we're probably gonna have a pretty short stream. But, you know, I always say that, and then I just get hyped about something, and then we do fucking 11 hours. But hey, just to let you know, probably it'll only be a 3-hour stream. Avi left, thankfully. So it was you, me for a while, and then who? Rebecca came in, Phoenix came in, Smokey came in. I think Fizz was there. What was there? Well, gang, I had to go to sleep. Ah, okay. It's getting late. Yeah, it makes sense, Fizz. No worries, no worries. But yeah, you know, it was a good time. It's always a good time. Like I said, we try to put on a show, we try to make it interesting, try to give you value for your time, right? Hopefully. And, like right now, right? With, like, brainstorming, it's just like I have, like, ideas going through my head trying to, like, fill plot holes with things of, like... Oh, I never reset the list. Cause like, we had like Chinese food and it was late. I was hanging out with the fam jam and we were having conversations about stuff and, we were eating Chinese food, playing with the kids and shit. So, I kind of came into the stream pretty hot. Cause like, still want to meet this brother of yours. Right? I don't know if he's going to be at my birthday party, because I don't know if he works. But we'll have to do, because we were supposed to do an IRL stream to start the stream today. To test the microphone and camera, and see, like, how, like, the range on it. But it's fucking raining as shit outside. So there's no point in that, because I was going to basically go outside and jump on the trampoline and shit and see if it worked. Can't do that, so that sucks. So I just said, fuck it, we'll postpone it. Which is fucked, because, like, I had it literally set up to go on Monday, like, last week, and then I had a seizure, and then I'm like, I literally have it set up, ready to go, and it's, like, fucking pouring rain outside. I'm like, am I even gonna get, like, a test fucking stream before this? And we're gonna have to, like, deal, because, like, I'm gonna have my phone connected to, like, the PC, right, for, like, Droid Cam that has a microphone on it, right? But, like, I can't do any, like, sound manipulation. And I'm gonna have, like, my other phone, which will have, like, Twitch on it, right? So, like, I can, like, see stuff. But, like, I won't, like, be able to see the dashboard. I'll, like, only be able to see, most likely, just Twitch chat. Well, actually, it'll show in the top, so I could see it on screen if it's on screen. Playing with randoms in Helldivers 2 sucks, holy shit. Oh my god, just random idiots, Ahab. People don't work together. People who think their plan is the ultimate one. Oh my god. So yeah, so me and my dad had a, like, 2-hour conversation about this math genius guy from India in 1913, about his formulas that he got from a dream of a like Hindu deity. And because we were talking about like the comparison between creating with your own mind realities that you imagine and picking up realities that exist and expressing them through your mind. Hey, let's all do a different nest at the same time on Extreme. Fuck it. And then they die, right, Ahab? And then they all die. And then they're gonna, like, blame you for some reason. That's on every online team game. Deep Rock Galactic is slightly better. Super! I need to buy HD2 again on this PC. PC version of, like, cracked, like, version of Bloodborne is now out. Like, the officially, like, pirated version. Wish we could play as the machines. Yeah, I wish they gave you more options, right? That's an unfortunate thing. Right? I think they could have done more with the game. I think they fell short. I know it's not supposed to be that big of a game, and Helldivers was never really that big of a genre, but it's like... I think they fell short. You should do gaming streams once in a while, eh? I mean, we usually, like, the plan is to end the stream with playing games. And it's supposed to be Path of Exile. But I just haven't had any will to play the game, unfortunately. Like, I was so hyped about the expansion and the new endgame and everything, but I don't have any will to play. I fucking hate it. I don't know what to play. Like, I can finish the Final Fantasy X run. Like, I've been thinking about that. The, like, no, like, defensive items, no status ailment protections, and, like, always using your lowest level character. Only using avatars for giant monsters. Not ready for... Yeah, I am. I'm already... I just completed Makalania Temple. We're moving into, well, actually, we're moving out of Makalania into, like, the ice area, right? We just passed the Thunder Plains, I believe. Now we're in the ice area. No weird challenges. Play Final Fantasy X normally. Stop trying to make yourself seem more intelligent than you are. No, Retro, it's just to make the game fun, so I just didn't blast through the game and just because I played the game, like, 100 times. So I wanted to make it, like, interesting, so I wanted to make it hard. And so far, it hasn't even really been hard. Like, there's actually been nothing that's challenging. I don't even think I've had a game over yet. Even with the restrictions. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, right? No, that's Final Fantasy X too. I just use whatever character has the least amount of AP at the time in their sphere grid. Yeah. And then I'll stack up like 10 AP or something, and then I'll put it in. 10 is Titus, and ha ha ha. Yes. Yes. The most iconic scene because Titus doesn't realize that Yuna is gonna die at the end of her pilgrimage. He thinks that she's just gonna complete it and go home. Ha! 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 Force yourself to laugh. But then there's the difference between the English and the Japanese laugh. Right? For stream purposes, I put it on English. Just so you guys don't have to, like, read the subtitles, and so you could, like, hear the dialogue if you're not listening to, like, looking at the screen. Force yourself to laugh at the purposefulness of life. The absurdity. Wait. There is? Ads! Hidden down spinning memories with the ant and it's an ant on sad rhymes when I find my ants. 2 laughs. Go figure. Also, ads. I think the Japanese laugh is more iconic, though. Pretty much like everything else. Come on, ads, just ads. I don't want to be no ads no more. Why these ads gotta be here with me? I see no ads. Fuck ads. You tell me I'll be up in what my ads tell you to. No, I will not ads. No, 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 not ads. Not ads. It is a not and a do where not ads be at. You do what get with ads go ads. Fuck ads. But you know what I've never been able to do in Final Fantasy X-2? Even with the strategy guide and everything, is I've never been able to get the mascot dress sphere. And it's pissed me off because I played the game like 100 fucking times. I have to remaster on the PS4, or is it PS3? No, it was PS3. Did everything. I know where you get them. You get them in the chest at the bottom of the airship at the end of, like, Chapter 6. So you have to do, like, everything right and basically, like, perfect game at, like, 60%. Have you played Dragon Quest, Scotty? Yes. Was it 4 that was on the PS2? In, like, 2003, I want to say? Because that would have been the one that I played. 3, 2, 1, toke. Have you played FF2, 10-2? Of course I've played 10-2. I played 10-2 like 100 times. Maybe 8? Wait, 8? Really? Maybe. I don't know. We was just talking about the dress spheres for 10-2. For mascot, I could never get them. I'd always fuck up, no matter how many new game pluses, no matter how many times I tried, no matter how many strategy guys I followed. I'd never get the mascot dress sphere. So bullshit. Fucking joke. I just had the worst luck. Even my brother couldn't get it. But I had like the guide to like every fucking... no, I never played 13. I played 12 though. 11 and 12. I thought 12 was awesome. I loved like the combat style of like entering battle but still having free reign. Kind of like Star Ocean style. And the gambit system where you could like customize your team, right? For like controlling the AI. I think the gambit system in Final Fantasy 12 is the best like ally control AI system I've ever seen in a game. Because you could literally, like, have every option of prioritization of what they should do. So you could literally program them to essentially have their own personalities for that act in battle. Just fucking awesome. And the fact that Final Fantasy XII and Final Fantasy XIV are set in the same world of Eorzea. And there's like an Easter egg reference to Vaughn in Final Fantasy XIV in Heaven's Ward. And then, of course, I'm pretty sure, like, later on, Friend shows up, right? The bunny, the Varen, or whatever it is. Ivalice. 14 is Hydaelyn. No, isn't Hydaelyn the name of... Oh, no, wait. Eorzea is the name of the continent. Hydaelyn, Vana'diel is 11. Yeah. Hydaelyn's the planet, Eorzea is the continent, right? And Ivalice is another continent, which is where Dalmacia is. Right? Like, that's like the idea of like Scandinavia, right? It's like a region, it's not like a nation, right? It's like an... Ivalice is 12 and Tactics A1 or some shit. Isekai 1. Sex with Lulu, that is all. True, Ahab. Absolutely true. Waka is a fucking legend. Because Scotty is a Canadian and therefore a cuck. He will reference Waka. Fuck, that was good. No, that was good, Ahab. 100%. Good call. Good fucking call. I was gonna say poor Chapu. Did he even get it in before he fucking died? Is that one Blitzball, idiot? Yeah. Yeah. His ultimate attack is literally gambling. Lulu's was the most bullshit though, cause like you had to like spin the thing, right? Trying to do Lulu's ultimate, cause the fucking controller doesn't work on Steam, so like I have to use the keyboard. It's literally fucking impossible to use Lulu's Overdrive. You get like 3 or 4 instead of like 10 to 15, cause you can't just spin it. Oh, he can stop breathing. Get that clown out of here. I mean, it is what it is. It's just making me think of my cast of, like, my Final Fantasy book. Of, like, Husai Sudi. Right? He'd be like Auron, right? You'd have Yap, who would be like, Yap would probably be Lulu. Hildebrandt would be, probably Riku. Walker would be Waka. Avalard would probably be Titus, because he's technically, like, the main character. Fraviska would be Yuna, because they're, like, the Warriors of Light, like, the main characters, right? Even though, like, they don't show up until later on. Trying to think who Destura would be. I don't think there is a comparison for Destura. Ume would probably be like, trying to think of, like, maybe other summoners, like Donna, or like the other female summoners. I don't know. I wish Jurassic World Evolution was more like Planet Zoo. I have no idea what Planet Zoo is. My Party or the Warriors of Darkness. Nice retro. Fuck yeah. I'm trying to think, are there any characters that could be considered the Warriors of Darkness in my Final Fantasy book? The pirates? And, like, the, like, anti-adventurers? They would probably represent, like, their leadership, maybe? Because it's like they would have the direct dealings with the Warriors of Light. So it's like they would be, like, facilitated, because it's like the Warriors of Light are the direct descendants of the monarchy, and if they found out that they were alive, anyone found out they were alive, they would be executed because they're, like, extra progenitors, and they would basically create sidelines to the main bloodline, and they don't want that. They only want the one bloodline. So if they were found out, they would be killed. So they live underneath the tree in their own, like, maintained city that they use as, like, a protection from the anti-adventurers who are, like, evil bad guys, like mercenaries, like people that have, like, you know, been kicked out of the guild, and they're like a mutually assured destruction, right? If the Warriors of Light and the civilization that's down there in their bloodline is discovered, they'll die. If the anti-adventurers are found out and found, they'll be dead. So maybe there's, like, a contrast, I never even thought about this, between, like, the leadership of the Warriors of Light that hold the space and the, like, leadership of the pirates and anti-adventurers like the Warriors of Darkness who hold, like, the goods, and they do, like, you know, sex, drug trafficking and stuff like that. Does FF even have lore? Aren't they all standalone? Yes, every single Final Fantasy pretty much is, like, standalone, but they all have, like, the same idea of tropes. Like, crystals, like, sentient crystals that are, like, the consciousness of the world, right? The idea of, like, the avatars that are, like, the different names. In my case, they're just different cities and embodiments of, like, the elements. You know, you gotta have Cid, right? There's obviously Cid. You've gotta have, like, the young guy who's, like, up and coming, who's, like, you know, gonna, like, save the world. You gotta have, like, the mentor older character who, like, knows about the world, but has to, like, defend, like, the main character, right? And you gotta have, like, a world-ending escalation of, like, things. So it's like, you know, we have, like, Anima coming to eat the world, so it's, like, the whole idea of technically saving the world. Then there's, like, the idea of, like, technology and, like, magic and technology kind of, like, mixed together. Like, these are all, like, universal tropes that basically every single Final Fantasy, like, has in common, right? In some sort of element. And those are, like, but other than that, they're, like, completely separate worlds. They're almost, like, alternate realities of each other, right? Also, Scotty, play Fibula Ultima one of these days. Okay? Especially AAR. It's been so long since I played 14. Yeah, I haven't played 14 since, like, 2016. Dark is the empire of... there are warriors of darkness who are good. There are light-based beings who are evil. Yeah. But in mine, the warriors of darkness are just pieces of shit assholes, but it's like they're needed, right? They're like the necessary evil, right? I played 14 when it came out in like 2009? No. Was it 2010 or 2011? I don't remember. When it came out in like beta and it was like press button. Menu opens. Press button. Moves down. Press button. Moves down. Hit X. Equips your weapon. I'm not even shitting you. It was like a 4 to 6 second delay from making an input to the game registering what was going on. And there was no auto attack. You just had abilities. There was no auto attack. So you had like a stamina bar, and you had to like press the abilities, but because of the delay between inputs, it was so fucking retarded. Like, I like the idea of your weapon being a job. Right? Like, I like the fundamental idea behind it, but I feel like it's restrictive. Right? Like, because it's not like you can have, let's say, a bard with a dagger and a thief with a dagger and a rogue with a dagger. It's like you only get one class that, like, gets a dagger, and you have to, like, make other, like, weapon types for other ones. A Realm Reborn was so good. Yeah. Because, like, I played Heaven's Ward right when it came out, because my brother was playing A Realm Reborn, and I didn't want to play it because I had such a bad experience originally. And then he was just having such a good experience. He was like, just play Heaven's Ward. And I was like, fine, I'll do it. And then I played Heaven's Ward, but some shit happened between the PS3 account and a PC account, and I lost all my shit. Because I didn't know they were two separate accounts. I thought they were the same account. So, like, I played for, like, 2 weeks on the free trial on the PS3, and then I went to play it on the PC and buy it, and, like, you couldn't cross the account. And I was like, well, fuck this. And then I came back and played, what was the one before Endwalker? Stormblood was the one before it. Fuck, what was it? I don't know. It's the one, Shadowbringers. Yeah, because we were talking about, like, the, Warriors of Darkness. Right, 14 story is mid. What do you mean 14 story is mid? Oh, okay, you're saying like the beginning. I don't know. I think the story starts off pretty mild, but it eventually gets great. But I think it needs to start off mild like that, right? Even with like the summoning of Bahamut in the original one, right? I think it's anything above mid that I don't have faith in you as a writer. Really good middle. Yeah. Ending of A Realm Reborn is rough. Honestly, I don't remember anything except for, like, Bloodstorm, or whatever it was, Stormblood, or whatever, and Shadowbringers. And that's because that included, like, the Emperor, the entire reveal of Dalmacia, like, basically everything past, like, the Praetorian Raid, or whatever it was. Right? Like, we were actually, like, fighting in the Empire, and, like, taking down the generals, and, like, revealing everything. And then it's like the crazy guy, I can't remember his name, with the sword, who's like Sephiroth. And then like the finding out about, like the Asians, the destruction of the world, the calling of the beast, the voice that broke everything. You know, the darkness against the thing. You talk to people for like 4 hours. All it is running to talk to people. I have a retarded idea, but also one that's kind of chill, but it's retarded, so don't blame me. Don't ban me, or I don't really care. Well, what is it, Retro? Retards are chill. They're just having a good time. Yeah. Like people with Down syndrome, right? They're just living their best life. Dude, they're just living like the Bobby one where it's like he walks into the pool and smashes the 2 beers together, and it's like he's so fucking happy, and he's just like, yeah! And it's like, Bobby, what are you doing? Don't move! And then he starts fucking crying. It's just like, oh my god. It's like, you fucking retard! And it's like, Bobby, are you fucking idiot? Dude, Down syndrome kid, fucking, oh my god, that's probably one of my favorite ones. Or, like, the building is burning in the background, and the mom's there, and she's, like, crying, we lost everything, and then it pans over to the kid, and the kid's like, yeah, I even lost my lighter and my deodorant, and I was having so much fun. Oh my god. You know, if it wasn't in an age before AI, they would say it was AI. He's wearing wrestling tees and smashing brews. Well, I was just thinking. Go ahead, Retro. So yeah, like, I like all of the Final Fantasy 14 storyline that has to do with the Asians. I didn't really care about the interplay and, like, you know, the trying of the assassination of, like, the Lalafell, like, leader in that place that they tried to poison her or some shit like that, and, like, the rebellion and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, you know, but that was more political inside of it than it was, like, the overarching story of the world. And, like, Bahamut and the ceiling and, like, the Asians and primals and belief in things and everything like that, right? It's like, I think the fundamental ideas behind that are really cool, especially, like, the belief in something to create primals, right? Scotty, play Rune Factory 4. You fight against the Sec Empire. Okay, I don't know. I guess so, Ahab. It's funny, because they're called Sex. Yeah, like sex, right? Because they're like sex, right? Makes sense. Totally makes sense, Ahab. I get you. I got you. You at it. You win, bro. Fuck yeah, I see. I see what you did there, motherfucker. How dare you? Trying to fuck with me? Fuck with you first, bitch. Yo, what's up, Slow Gamer? What you doing? What you got? What you got? Welcome. Welcome. How's your day going today? Didn't do it. Some suicidal Japanese businessman wrote it. I mean, that's interesting, Ahab. Eating bean, cheese, rice burrito, and some green tea. Nice. Slow Gamer. We had Chinese food earlier. Had the rest of the family over, my sister and the nephew and niece, and hung out and did our thing, you know. Talked about shit. Oh, that's what we're talking about. The Indian mathematician who gained his formulas through dreams, and the way that we got sweet and sour pork, ginger beef, beef and broccoli, chow mein, chicken balls, egg rolls, and rice pilaf. Wow. Huge family meal. Yeah, there's me, my mom, my dad, my sister, brother-in-law, niece, nephew. So there's 7 of us. My brother wasn't home, but we have enough food. Like, we have to leave leftovers for him when he gets home from work, right? So he doesn't feel left out. The fuck is a chicken ball? It's like a deep-fried ball, right? With, like, chicken in it. So it's like a really thick, like, dough layer around the chicken, and then you cover it in sweet and sour sauce. Fucking delicious. Co-op through 14's MSQ would be a fun weekly thing, I think, for the stream regulars and such. Oh god, I don't know if I could do that, Retro. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know if I want to get into playing another MMO. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, we could watch cutscenes. Like hot Cheetos. I'm not really. Just like, I'm just not a Cheetos fan. Oh, right. You played PoE 2 right now. Well, not even retro. Like, would you be... Okay. Would you be down for playing Pal World when Pal World 1.0 comes out in July? What is your go-to dessert? Cheesecake. Blueberry cheesecake, and I'd say strawberry, but I'm allergic to strawberry, so it has to be blueberry. I would prefer strawberry, but can't. Talk, you asking them and not me? Damn, no strawberries or apples. Nope, no strawberries, no apples, no almonds, no peaches, no pears, no kiwis. I have Pal World. Oh, yeah, if anyone wants to play, Pal World. For anyone who wants to play, almonds suck. I fucking love... I ate so many chocolate-covered almonds, I'm allergic to almonds. No, yeah, no kiwis. Can't eat kiwis. Can't eat cherries. I can eat oranges. It's my own fault. I'm pretty sure I ate like 9 kiwis back to back. I'm not a fan of chocolate, Skill Gamer. I'm just not really a chocolate person. I love cranberries. Fuck yeah. I love cranberry juice, dude. Fucking cranberry and like, what's the other one? Fuck, words. Grapefruit. Cranberry and grapefruit. I love sour shit. Oh my god. Love peach cobbler. Peach cobbler's not bad. Cranberries are delicious. And they go down well when you let them linger. Blueberry cobbler. But again, like, I'm not really a sweets person, right? Like, I would literally eat, like, a bread and bagel over, like, a dessert. Like, I don't know. I'm just not that big of a dessert person. I don't really care for sweets. Not that I won't eat them or, like, go out of my way to not eat them. I'm just, like, you know, as proven by this massive bucket of chocolate bars that I'm never gonna fucking eat. There's probably 30 chocolate bars in there. Like, look how big this thing is. It's literally like 10 pounds of fucking chocolate bars. And that shit's been there for like over a year. Just chilling. Same here. I limit my sugar intake. Makes me smell like shit. I don't know. I just don't have the appetite for it. So I don't want diabetes. That is a disgusting disease. I mean, it is what it is, retro. It is what it is. It's like, I mean, you don't have to, like, overly consume sugar to get diabetes, right? There can be other reasons for getting diabetes. Ah, shit. My TV just went to shit. My TV just went to shit. Hold on. It did the fuckery thing where I can't just turn it off and turn it back on. I gotta literally fucking unplug it or it doesn't fix itself. Your TV hard enough to fix it, right? True. Neon smut fucking screen. Eat dessert moderate, as I believe a little sugar is okay. You know, I don't have anything against sugar, it's just like, I don't have cravings, right? Russian tech support method. TV. Why it no work? You seen those videos of, like, kids, like, hitting TVs and like breaking TVs and like freaking out because they like realize what they've done. Like they're just like playing around and they like hit it with something and they're just like, or like the ones where there's like YouTube videos of broken TV screens and the kids will pretend that they broke the TV screen, freak them all out, and it'll be like 30 seconds of like the broken TV and then some sort of fucked up jump scare. As I remember one woman just fell straight on her ass and crushed like a glass table. It's just like, sometimes pranks get out of control. My sister was the worst because she would like scare my dad. And like she was so good at it, she would wait to hear the sound of like him putting his coffee down, and then she'd jump up and scare the shit out of him. Because she, like, didn't want him to spill his coffee. Because he'd get mad. But, and we're like, one of these days he's gonna die of a heart attack. TV is 65 inches. I hope that's big enough to intimidate a child. So, like, my TV is more than my entire, like, arm width. Like, my full, like, width is, like, doesn't even, like, diagonally across the screen, right? It's like, I can, like, put my hands, like this, right? Like, barely around the edges. But it's like something like a 75 inch or some shit like that. This thing's fucking massive. Scotty, you do have rich parents. Well, they're not rich. They're just, you know, they're well off. And the reason they're well off is, again, because the government fucked them over. They deserve... Honestly, I think they deserve more than what they got, but we live comfortably, so why care for more? Starting to dislike most cupcakes at the grocery store because I eat them and I get immediately overwhelmed. They're filling inside instead of stack of frosting. I hate that. And it's like, so there's like the frosting, then there's like the sprinkles, then there's like the cake piece itself with like the filling in it, and it's like everything tastes like you're just eating pure icing, and it's so sweet and it's so gross. It's like they baked icing into the cupcake itself. I know exactly what you're talking about. We're ants to you in your fucking Nova Scotia castle. Well, I mean, yes, my parents have a really nice house. We're really lucky. Right? In your goddamn wizard's tower. I mean, I technically am in the attic. Right? So... I mean, you got me there. Stop hating. I don't think it's hating, Skull Gamer. I'm taking this as a compliment. You know? I mean, I don't want to flaunt my shit, but I'm also, like, I'm proud to be in the position that I'm in. Right? I mean, I hope you guys are also in good positions, and if not, I hope you put yourself into good positions or find ways to get into good positions. Like Blessed, for instance, right? Like, he got into a massive fight with his mom, like, 6 months ago. He got kicked out of the house. He was homeless for a bit. Then he found some, like, shelters that he could go to. Made a couple of friends. You know, he did some paperwork. Now he's got, like, a part-time job. He's got, like, housing, right? 6 months later, he's in a way better place. And his, like, mom is kind of a psycho, so it's also good for him to, like, get away from her. It was just, that was his only option for housing, right? So it's, like, unfortunate, but it's, like, sometimes you gotta put yourself through that and get through it to get to where you are, right? Because I love how everyone makes fun of Smokey for being, like, my homeless viewer, even though, I mean, it's not funny to say, but Blessed is basically, like, my homeless viewer, right? But he's doing so good, it's fucking awesome. I love to see it. I have no idea, Retro. I don't even know if he's in America. Don't even know if he's an American. He could be from Europe, for all I know. I'm not even sure. I'm not, but inshallah, I will be. Paying taxes from your neighbors because you are all nobles. Paying to the king. I mean, yeah, pretty much. You can think about it that way. for sure. I mean, I'm not gonna not do it because it's the law, right? I have to, but I'm not gonna, I'm gonna try and advocate to not have to do it. You know, to find ways and solutions so that it's not, you know, a requirement. Like, that would be my ultimate goal, right? But Retro, that's the problem. Because Alberta is such a good province, we don't have a provincial tax. We only have a federal tax. Whereas, like, I think there's only two other provinces. I think Prince Edward Island and Northwest Territory don't have provincial tax. We pay a federal tax, which goes to Ottawa. But we don't have, because we voted that we don't need to have a provincial tax. So it's like in BC, you pay 14% because you're paying 7% GST, 7% PST. In Alberta, you only pay 7% because you're only paying 7 GST. Right? You thought our government... Wait, you thought our government was in Vancouver? No, it's on Vancouver Island. Like, the capital of Canada, the capital of BC, right, is, like, Victoria, which is on Vancouver Island, right? That's where there's, like, a majority seat of the government. But the actual federal government is in, like, Ottawa, because the capital of Canada is Ontario, right? The province is Ontario. The capital of Canada is Ottawa, right? Which is the main city, right? My defense, I'm a fair American, Scotty. Exactly. Retro, just like I have no idea about you. We live in the most expensive state in the U.S., which is Cali. Yeah, unfortunate, right? It's just the way that it is. Again, advocate for change, but Cali sucks ass. So did you guys see Trudeau and New Scam together? Like, I don't think I've ever seen a picture with more scammers in it. Like, it's like, of course these guys are buddies. Of fucking course these guys are buddies. Oh, it makes... Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all. Right? Newsom is such a butt pipe. So is Trudeau! So seeing them both together is like... What? True ho. We all know his actual last name is Castro, okay? Right? We all know who his real father is. Like a butthole worm, because he's truly a ho-ass dude. He's a ho-ass dude for real. No more Trudeau, it's true ho. I mean, even though technically you can see it as some people think Carney is worse. Because as far as I'm concerned, I think the last 5 prime ministers have been just like absolute shit. Like, we just literally have had no success. Partner said he doesn't want to move because California has the highest economy in USA, so Cali would be the last to go down. They say Cali could be its own country because there's resources to function as an independent nation. Why don't you start beating their behinds? I'm lazy piece of shit ass. I don't give a fuck. New California Republic. Would you take on Alberta? Could we do the New California Republic and I don't know what their official name for Alberta is. I think it's just Alberta. It would just be Alberta sovereignty. So you'd have the new California Republic and like the Alberta sovereignty. Californian citizens wouldn't do shit though. They're all assholes and non-communal. For that to work, you would need continuous territory from CA or 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 WA all the way through the border to Alberta. Well, no, you wouldn't, Retro, because, like, America owns Alaska, and there's no direct route between, like, Alaska and America. So why couldn't there be, like, California, Washington, Alberta? Right? Like, we don't have to share a physical border. We could still be under the same jurisdiction. Because I'm like, otherwise, how do you guys keep, I was gonna say Alabama. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Alaska. 1,298 words so far. It's going pretty good. I think I'm pretty close to getting halfway through the chapter being done. So for the average size of the book, it's 3 pages. 1/4 page 4. Fuck yeah, let's go Fizz. In Puerto Rico and Hawaii, right? Yeah, exactly, right? They're just annexed nations. Actually, yes, you do, Scotty. You're not even next to Alaska. You could be in Alaska lying to us. Guys, I could be in India and you wouldn't know, right? I could be in Albania and you wouldn't know. 2 provinces between yours and Alaska. Yeah, because you got to go BC, Northwest Territory, Alaska. But I'm just saying, like, you don't need to be a physical connection in order to be under the same jurisdiction and territory and control. That is what annexing is for. What's in Northwest Territory? Nothing. Northwest Territory is, like, empty. It's basically, like, I think there's, like, 3% of the population, and it's something like, 65, no, it's probably, like, 35% of the landmass. Why haven't they made a bridge road to Alaska so we can drive there in USA? I don't know, Skull Gamer, because they're bad. Honestly, if I lock in, I might be able to finish it in like an hour and a half. I don't know. Fuck yeah, the Fizz. Let's do it. Let's go. Annex this dick in your mouth. True. Absolutely, yeah, but this is the best kind we can do. I love to have the dick go, oh! Stretch it out a little bit. You know, collapse the Adam's apple. It
Go
is
back
what
to
it
normal,
is.
bitch. This shit ass accent is killing me.
True. Oh no, he did it again. Why would he do that? Why would he do that to me? Oh no, you are so mean. You make me do that. I do not want to. Why would you do this to me? Oh, I know you are not having good. What do you do? I tried to make him go back to normal by redeeming the brown. Oh, because this is my normal accent. Yes, I am pretending to have a Canadian accent. Exactly. That is why it's more of an American accent. Because it is so far off from a normal Canadian accent. Because I don't do like the over the top with the head bob, if you know what I mean. With like those Canadians, the true Canadians who talk with their head and not with their hands. You know what I mean. It's a brown when there's already there to cancel it out. No, it is just a stack. Once you go brown, you don't come around. Yes, because of... never mind. Did you hear the story that they made bombs? Israel made stink bombs and they threw them into India and India didn't care because they're like, oh, that is just what we smell
Go
like.
back to normal, bitch. This shit ass accent is killing me.
I thought that shit was fucking hilarious. Oh, did you hear there might be an Austin Powers 4? With like Peter Dinklage as Mini-Me?
Yeah, oh, this is...
Because I didn't actually know this, but Vern Troyer died. I didn't know that he died. And he died like a while ago. So Jim Carrey doing sequel to Grinch 2. Oh, I didn't hear about that one, Skull Gamer. That sounds... Oh, I fucking love the Grinch, dude. Grinch was so good. Some Indian guy who is like a man that smells good. Wow, the Scotty, fake Indian. Of course I'm a fake Indian. What do you think? Why do you think I have this? Why do you think I have this? Otherwise, you would be able to see what it really was. Right? I go as far as I can with it. It is covered up. It is covered up. To change your skin tone. so I don't look brown. It is like whiteifying yourself. Maybe it's a Maybelline.
Go back
Yes,
to normal,
sure,
bitch.
for
This shit ass
exactly.
accent is killing me.
True, brother. 3, 2, 1, toke. Scotty, watch the new trailer of Shaq. Share what you think. I think I've seen it already, Skull Gamer, and I don't think I'm impressed. I haven't seen Shrek since Shrek 2. Once there was a Shrek 3, I was like, I'm too old for this. I like the premise of it, though. Farquaad is actually the good guy. Don't ever fucking say that. Don't let those words ever leave your mouth, Retro. Wait, are you, like, serious? No, you cannot be serious. You cannot be serious that they actually made Farquaad a good guy. He's fucking literally the embodiment and physical representation of, like, bad person. I don't want to hear your explanation, Retro, because I'm not considering that canon. Everyone knows Farquaad is the bad guy. Fuck that. Shrek 2, where he ran the kingdom. The street's not clean and quiet. Oh, are you gonna make this some argument like the way that the bog looked when Shrek was there versus like the prosperity it does after he owns it? No, fuck that. I don't believe it. I've seen Matt Pat's video. Okay. So if that's where you're going, Retro, no. No. Cause like, I'm like guaranteed that's where you're going, right? Same argument that Matt Pat made. It was quiet, and the fairy tales were under control and acting right. You mean there was no freedom? And like, everyone was like under control. Scotty, will you watch the new Spider-Man? Did you see the trailer? No, I did not. Wait, I missed something. Kingdom... Wait, what is this? I swear I missed something. Oh no, I was just reading it wrong. I'm retarded. I thought something was at Kingdom Hearts, and I was like, wait, what? Wait. The new Spider-Man that I've seen is like the Nicolas Cage Spider Noir. Is that what you're talking about, Skull Gamer? I mean, they were acting right, not making the place a wild mess. Retro, are you against immigration? Are you Islamophobic? Is this like a dog whistle? I'm scared. I can't even keep a straight face for that shit. I'm sorry, Retro. I can't even keep a fucking straight face. The population of fairy tale creatures, percentage of crime they're responsible for. It's quite alarming. Oh, I absolutely agree. Came out 3 days ago. What is this? I'm trying to get me banned, this motherfucker. Oh, this is like an this is like the actual Spider-Man movie? I'm not banned, you can't get banned.
What is happening to me? Did you miss me, Spidey? I'm losing my mind. I am totally out of control. I gotta fix whatever this is right now.
Final semester MIT.
Dad, who do you think is actually watching these?
Maybe someone.
Okay, well, bye, someone.
What the? Dr. Banner, you found a way to suppress mutating DNA, right?
If you see me with this stuff, run.
It's like a shitty
You
Shrek
get rid of
movie.
the bad aspects, but keep the good.
How would you decide what parts of nature are good or bad?
Well, sorry about that.
You're not one of my students, are you?
What timeline does this
Appears
take
we're
place
faced
in?
with a threat we can't control. One we can't even see.
You should know Hulk
We're
already.
the only one who's immune to it.
Again, I know Bruce
We're
Banner.
the only one who can sense it.
Mark Ruffalo. Finally growing real webs in his veins like the OG Spider-Man.
Oh, see, you stumbled across my board.
Oh,
I'm not one of those weirdos, I swear.
He's a little weird. I'm MJ.
You two don't know each other?
Yo, Spider-Man.
I never watched like any of these movies, so I have no idea like what the plot line is. Cause I'm like the last thing I know was that the guy who Jake Gyllenhaal was playing like fucked everything up.
I didn't know you could get.
Well, there was a problem in the universe, and like they swapped universes, right? That's what I thought happened,
Can get really scary.
right? So like he's not supposed to be in that timeline.
By the people who love you.
That's what I thought happened at like the last end of like the one with Jake Gyllenhaal, right? Probably a timeline is fucked up. There's a problem in the universe. Oh, did you see all 3 Spider-Mans where they all came together? That was legend. Oh right, the multiverse Doctor Strange movie. Oh yeah, where they brought Tobey Maguire back and whatever Garf, fucking whatever his name is. Brand New Day. I just haven't cut like I don't even think I watched like what there was like there was like
Did you stretch? You a big stretcher? It's so good for you.
Homecoming, right? And there was like Tomorrow or something like that. And now this is like Brand New Day. Interesting. I've just like ever since like Endgame I just haven't really watched any Marvel movies. Not that I'm gonna say that they're bad. I mean, I enjoyed him at Homecoming. Yes, Homecoming. That's what it was. That's the one when they go on like the field trip to like France or something like that, right? That's the one with Jake Gyllenhaal, right? Far From Home, No Way Home. Yeah. 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 Because, like, I've never seen it, but, like, I know the plot line, and, like, I know, like, the whole thing with, because of the whole, like, Jake Gyllenhaal thing with, like, him, like, trying to frame him and getting, like, completely, like, fucked up, right? So it's like, what point, where do we go, right? Are you French, monsieur? Scotty, are you a snail sucker? No. Do the accent, Scotty. The French accent? That's not like a... Oh, God, that's got... I don't know if I can. Canadian and French is official language there. Yeah, I don't know any French. Somehow I managed to avoid every single French immersion school where they like teach French and English. I'm from BC, the farthest point of being French, right? Quebec is on the other side of the fucking country. Je m'appelle Monsieur Audois Ivar Chouquan Audois. No Way Home is when they brought the OG villains back. I'm so happy. They brought Garfield and Maguire and Holland together. All 3 Spider-Mans. Only Maguire Spider-Man could sprout webs from his veins, but now they have Holland doing it in this movie. Ah. Because I was going to say something about, are they changing it because of, like, backlash? Remember when Green Goblin took his cock out? Wait, wrong movie. Remember when the Green Goblin was played by the best person ever? And had, like, one of the best scenes ever? I'm gonna bring it up, because it's like one of the best fucking scenes. Why is this not fucking pausing? Vale Azurian. Yo, what's up? Beta reading. Hey, for who? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. For anyone who wants to join the queue, currently we're just fucking around because there's no one in the queue and we're just talking about stuff, discussing film and ideas and stories, but welcome, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expand your audience and critique your work. I'm a reader and a writer, and I love dark fantasy. Ooh, I love dark fantasy too. Yo, what's up, Scotty? Yo, what's up, Senate? What you doing, my man? What you at? What you got? What you doing? Welcome, welcome, brother. I would love to hear your work. Yes, this guy Norman was in No Way Home. They brought back his villain when all the Spider-Mans came together. The movie was legend. Yeah. This is like one of like the greatest like acting scenes. I'm turn up the volume. Somebody there? Like fuck, man. This is my goddamn childhood, right? This is like 2001 or like 2002.
Downplay the innocent with me.
To a follow-up question, Discord. I did not send it.
You've known all along.
But yeah, if you want me to check out your work, Vale, I am totally in for that.
Where are you?
If you want to, feel free to join the Discord or drop a link of your work in there. Feel free. But like, Willem Dafoe is such a good actor. Check their work out and not my own. What do you mean, Retro? You haven't joined the queue, have you?
I don't understand.
There's no one in the queue right now.
So many.
Well, you can't do this to me. Do you know how much I sacrificed?
All for you.
I mean, you obviously didn't sacrifice enough because you didn't join the queue, bro.
What do you want? To say what you won't. To do what you can't. To remove those in your way.
Is this fucking like shitty quality or some shit? Like, what the fuck?
You killed them. We killed them. We? Remember?
Self-Sub Scotty hates authors. True, Ahab. I'd like to have it read, yes, but I warn you, it's rather dark. That's okay, Vale. I don't think you understand. You'll eventually learn in this channel that dark is how we learn and we grow, and we're mushrooms here. We're mushrooms here.
Beyond your wildest dreams, and it's only the beginning.
So I'm very excited to see how far gone you are.
Who can stop us? Or imagine if he joined us.
Guy comes as a Spider fan. Mine's one of the most famous references. I don't know. I just think that he's such a good. I just love Willem Dafoe. He's just a great actor. Right? So him being like that. Same with like I can't remember the guy's name. Plays Jameson, right? Like he's just literally built. Like he was made for the role, right? He a great actor. Yeah. One of the great legends of all time. You missed Willem Dafoe reference. So you're a weak fan. Wait, did I miss something in chat? Well, you can't do this to me. You know how much I sacrificed. Oh, is that the quote? I'll be quiet. I told you about being a poser. I mean, I never claimed that I was like... In fact, I claimed the opposite, right? I said that I'm not really a Spider-Man fan. So I don't know where you're getting this. Can I have a little to prepare it? I am currently a tad busy. Yeah, no worries, Vale. It's all good. I stream every day, and we usually stream for like 6 to 8 hours. So take your time, do what you gotta do. You know, feel free for anything. Just work or chill or prepare, you know. Take your time. It's all good. No worries. We will be here when you are ready. So it's the guy who thinks Farquaad is the bad guy. True, Retro. Absolutely fucking true. And again, don't ever question me about my Stargate knowledge, bro. Oh boy. Jar squatting Scotty. Hey man, I mean, I'm a masochist, but I'm not like that kind of masochist, right? Like, I'm practical, right? You can die from shit like that. Didn't even know Infinity existed. What do you mean, Retro? Of course, it's the animated one, right? I just never really watched it because it wasn't on mainstream cable. And that was the only access I really had, and I was never interested in it because I thought it got canceled because it was bad. It's about kids, right? It's like the younger generation and shit. It's like, what are you even talking about? Who the fuck cares about Infinity? It's literally like a not even... Scotty didn't even see my Willem Dafoe penis fact. Okay, gonna alert. Really appreciate it. No worries, Al. It's all good. I know you don't even know... Oh. How dare you, Relic? How dare you? Orca of the Azure Sea and Balmung of the Azure Sky would have your throat for such sacrilege. Don't you even, brother. Don't you even. Oh, that'll get my blood boiling right there, bro. You don't question my knowledge. No, I fucking love Dot Hack. Kenshi? I was just never really, like, again, like, I have, like, kind of a weird spectrum for the things that I watch, because it's, like, Canadian TV, right? No, I never played it. It is what it is, Ahab. But, yeah, no. Wait, you think you can... I actually literally rewatched Sign, like, not even 6 months ago. And, like, I played all 4 of the original games. I played all 3 of the GU games. I watched all of GU. I watched all of Sign. I read them. Actually, I had the original manga for, like, the original, like, Kite and Black Rose. Like, the original story before Sign. Before GU. In literal physical manga copy. Like, that was probably one of the first physical mangas I read. Like, I have, what is it, A Crest of Sea and Stars or something like that? Crest of the Suns? It's the only manga I own, currently, because it was like, there's a special reason why. All of the rest of them I gave away. But there's a special reason why I have that. Personal reason. Kenshi is a game about suffering and strife and being a man, even if you're a woman. Getting buffed through slavery and then using martial arts to destroy your slavers. You ever watch a Marvel movie and has reference from another story and you feel the need to watch that too, and then that one is a reference from another and it's like, I have to know everything. Yeah, that's purposeful and intentional, and they actually did that inside of the comics as a marketing strategy. That's like some OG fucking shit, right? In a world where robots caused the apocalypse and immediately after, they felt real bad about it. True, Ahab. Kenshi is what I wish Dark Sun was. I don't know what Dark Sun is. 3, 2, 1, toke! And the robots feel all emotional humans feel, but on an extreme level. But they can't express themselves because they are, you know, robots. Interesting. 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 I really like that idea. And the Holy Nation is racist. Oh, of course they are. Absolutely. It's a dark sun, but cool. Okay. Okay. Interesting. And with more hope. I think that's something that, like, Grimdark is missing. Just enough hope to believe that there's light at the end of the tunnel. Instead of, like, Game of Thrones shit, where it's like you're just throwaway characters to a point, what's the point of investing? Right? I had to watch Avengers Endgame just to finally understand Spider-Man Homecoming. And do not say Warhammer 40k has hope. What do you mean? Of course Warhammer 40k has hope. You're Space Marine Crusaders fighting in the name of the ultimate being, the Emperor, the god himself, and it's your duty to make sure that all praise his name. What are you talking about? He is our hope, our aspirations, our future. He is humanity. And the darkness of the veil can never take that temptation and dwell upon it in order to bury your soul. No soldier of the Empire would ever dare fall to such grace. An Organ Story is an amazing fan story for 40k. Never heard of it. Interesting. Oh, speaking of, like, fan stories and, like, small stuff, did you guys hear about, like, the Netflix series or whatever they're doing for, like, Dungeon Crawler Carl or whatever? I remember saying that, like, Dungeon Crawler Carl was, like, the best, like, story on, like, Royal Road or some shit like that. Something like that. It's literally just a matter of time. Empire's doomed to shit, Scotty. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Ahab. Right. You keep glazing the Emperor until the Yellow King starts his plans in motion. None can defeat the will of consciousness itself, to aspire to its highest form. In all forms it shall be fought, and in all forms it shall reign. It's 20 days in summer, Scotty. When is pool stream? Well, it's raining today. I was supposed to do an IRL stream to start off, and I was gonna, like, jump on the trampoline and, like, have the sprinkler on and do, like, a bikini thing, right? Spoilers. But it's raining out, so I can't, like, take my camera out there. I can't take my phone out there. Right? Yeah, we got a trampoline for the niece and nephew. So... such Emperor glaze. It's unreal. The Emperor isn't even in charge of anything. No, it doesn't matter if he's in charge of anything. It is the embodiment of his desire that shall be reigned through all of existence, whether his consciousness is in his body or in the ether. It is merely his name we are upholding, his ideals we are upholding, the light of salvation of humanity, and to preserve the future. That is why we fight. It's just a corpse in a gamer chair. That's why your Imperium can't even press power on a PC, not without praying to it first. So literally, the Empire is going against the Emperor's desires, his ideals. They aren't his ideals. No, that's the whole point of, like, the propaganda of being, like, a Space Marine. Right? Like, your entire reality is so ingrained in the belief that you can't even... Of course I was doing a bit. That you can't even comprehend the thought of denying the grace of his will. Right? And then you just take orders from your superiors, believing that your superiors believe the same thing that you do. But to a simpleton of the lowest ranks, the thought of conspiracy would never cross your mind. If you saw a homeless person and they asked for food, would you help them? Sklogamer, teach a man to fish. I would show them where the local food bank was and, like, how to apply for, because we have a local food bank here that's, like, fully, like, volunteer operated, like soup kitchen, like, full stuff like that, right? So, like, I'd take them there, and like I'd set them up with like the staff. I'd introduce them, you know. We'd probably talk about like, you know, if they have any addictions, things to stay away from, what are their urges, ideas, stuff like that, right? Categorize them, and then, you know, put them into whatever ideal of camp is like, you know, set for them, depending upon like how drug addicted or how down bad they are. But no, like we literally do that, and people will like, you know, they'll come to Walmart, right? When I worked at Walmart, and there'll be like a conglomerate of people, because it's like a specific day, and it's like you grab all the food donations and go to the food bank, right? Only good thing about Space Marines is Raptor chapter. Only thing going through your head at the lowest ranks is a tyrannic claw. Wild thought popped into my head. What if Harry Potter was reborn as Draco Malfoy's grandson? That's crazy, Sean. Damn. Or a Necron beam. I want a Draco and Harry buddy cop story. Not buddy cops, you know. Like butt cops? What's that? We're on a Toon World? Vaporized, you know. California has the most homeless people, over 100K. But you know what's also? I'm pretty sure California also has the highest, like, abandoned buildings and, like, evicted buildings, doesn't it? Doesn't it have something like 400,000 empty, like, units capable of, like, housing things, but it's, like, there's, like, certain, like, inspection, like, rule things. Like, I'm pulling this out of my ass, but I'm pretty sure I've heard this before. And I don't know if it's California. Yeah, we could house the homeless tomorrow if we wanted. Needs a Mamdami, but you know. I don't even know what Mamdani's politics are. I just know that he's like a socialist who like wants to open free grocery stores. But I don't understand how, like, what are his logistics behind like how he's gonna do that and support that. That's what I don't understand. Oh, I just looked it up and it says Florida, then California has a bunch of empty houses. Okay, because I wasn't sure if it was California or Florida, but I knew it was one of them. How is that possible? Because of land ownership and eviction rights and, like, pricing, right? So instead of lowering the price so people can afford it, they'll just sit on the property. It's actually, like, a really, like, there's a whole rabbit hole conspiracy theory about the government buying all these things and, like, the housing market, like houses would cost about $14,000 to $15,000 if, like, the market corrected itself, like, properly. But everything is, like, artificial, so there's no way to, like, basically reset the scale. Right? And that's based upon, like, the economics of, like, average income and, like, average affordability. Because, like, the amount of vacant houses, right, and the amount of money you're losing by holding on to those houses, scaled with the amount of homeless people and the amount of ability to house them, right? But, again, there are other factors, like, are you going to put a bunch of drug addicts in a house and then they're going to burn the house down? Right? So, like, what kind of homeless people, right? Like, I want to house the homeless person who, he was walking, let's say, you know, extreme circumstance. He smoked a joint, they did a random blood test, he went to jail because weed is illegal, he got fired, lost his job, lost his house, and now he's living on the street. But he's not a drug addict, he's not a criminal, he's a victim of the system. I want him to be housed. Does that make sense? But I would, like, want to separate those kinds of people from, like, the Fent zombies. I want to help the Fent zombies, but you can't help the Fent zombies in the same way that you can help people that are just, like, have some sort of circumstance in their lives that has caused financial, loss, right? Which has caused them to become homeless. So I think that's the first step, is to separate those categories. What happened to if you're homeless, we have a place for you to go, not on the street. Retro, the problem is, I've had conversations with people, is If you are a homeless person who doesn't trust the government, are you going to go to government housing? Fuck no. Fuck no. You're a schizophrenic on the street who doesn't trust the government, and the government says they have free housing for you? Nothing's free, brother. So, like, I totally understand where their mindset is coming from and why they wouldn't want to be involved with that. And that's why I think the fundamental problem is fixing the trust in the government. Once you fix trust in the government and everyone feels free to have trust in the government, all of these problems go away. It's completely a, like, top-down problem from trusting authority and the government and the people that control you. And I don't think that's in any way debatable. I think that's just pure fact. And I think every statistic and every nuance of everything shows you that. That it all leads back to trust in authority and institutions. I want to help homeless persons whose house burnt down almost the same day he loses his job. Exactly. Now you want homeless on the street. Hold on. Depends on the homeless person, though, because I've seen full workers 40 hours a week, still homeless and living under his car. People want help, should get it. People who don't, shouldn't. Simple. There's not enough government housing for 100K, too, though. I'm also repeating what you've said. Then the government should be trying for the people. Gasp. What a concept. Nah, they should keep stealing from us and not doing shit. The government is able to instill trust and authority in its people. Something else is going to be behind the curtains. Because it's going so well. Fuck politicians. I was a Fed, and I'm about to be again, and I tell people don't trust anyone in uniform, not even me. Yeah. And I think that's very... if the government is able to instill trust and authority in its people, something else is going on behind the curtains. I like the idea of that, Vale, because everyone knows at the end of the day, right, you're never going to have full control. But... it's the same idea with, like, laws in crime. Never has there been a law that's been created by humanity that has eliminated a crime, right? The crime rate just goes down a percentage because you're holding people accountable and people know that if they do the crime, they'll get in trouble. And just the people that, like, can't comprehend consequences or don't care will be the ones who will do the crime, right? Which is a good separation for people inside of society. But, again, there's no matter how much... So, like, I guess it's a differential, right? Like, currently I would say the average person has about 8% trust in the government. I don't think you should ever have 100% trust in the government, right? But I'd like to live in a society where people have, like, 60 to 80% trust in the government. Right? And then they have some sort of mechanism to ensure that level of trust. But you always know there's going to be shady stuff. People with power do fucked up things, but our goal at the end of the day is just to, like, minimize that and stop it at every turn and hold people accountable for it so they understand what'll happen if they do it. And I think, again, our problem is we don't hold people accountable, so someone can put their hand on the Bible in court and swear on God, on the law, that they're telling the truth, and blatantly lie about information, and then you could show a video of them talking about information they just said that they didn't know. And then nothing happens, and they go, oh, sorry, yeah, no, actually, now I do remember that, yeah, we did have a conversation about that. Oh, it must have slipped my mind. Oops. Right? No, you should just, in my opinion, if you're in power and you do that, you should just instantly be shot on the spot. Because you're abusing power given to you by the people that you're supposed to protect. And anyone who produces that power should know they're instantly going to get a bullet. So that they don't do it. Because everyone knows that absolute power corrupts absolutely. And unfortunately, it's every civilization dies through, what is it called? Suffering from success. We are so peaceful, and we think that other people think like us in such a peaceful way, and we're not willing to take the low road on anything, that we will be systematically wiped out by people that will stab us in the back. And that is historically true for every great civilization that has existed throughout all of human history. So, like, there's a point in time, right, Start Malazan on stream. I don't know what that is, Ahab. They never win, but they sure can try. Yeah, it's only an incredibly long series. 0%. I watch police cam videos on YouTube and can't believe there are people that are walking the street. It's disgusting. True. I'd give my arm for even a crumb of trust in the government. That'll never happen. Oh, Wahali, I'm going on here. Wahali. You know, Scotty, I've met people who get triggered when you say that power corrupts. I've had grown men mad as hell that said few people can handle any measure of power, let alone absolute. Can't imagine not understanding the concept of power being a force that corrupts. Not only that, but it's like people who are bad people seek out positions of power on a higher average, right? Like, if you're just a normal person who's a good person, like, why would you go out of your way to, like, seek power? So it's coming from multiple perspectives, and you need to tackle it from all perspectives too, right? And it's like it's Churchill who said it, right? The only thing that takes for evil to succeed is good men to do nothing. I can't imagine understanding. In Florida, they recently passed a law where if you assist a child, you automatically get the death penalty. Assault a child. I like that, Skull Gamer. That's for the LE too. They're just civilians. Okay, and then we're thinking like the case where. So these are two very like interesting cases that we have right now, right? So there's the guy that threw the 3-year-old into the alligator encagement in Europe. And then there's the guy in America who took 200 bags of rubbish out of his river, and he's looking at 2 years in jail. But the guy who threw the 3-year-old into the crocodile enclosure is already out on bail. Like, he was out on bail 12 hours ago. You didn't know about this? I can't spell it. It'll fucking do its thing. 3-year-old boy has been thrown into a crocodile enclosure by a 30-year-old man, has been mauled. Attack was random, and the man tossed the boy at the crocodiles in the UK. He's been arrested for attempted murder. So the wife of the owner of the zoo jumped into the crocodile enclosure, which is a 15-foot drop, and rescued the boy within, like, 3 seconds of the dude throwing the kid in there. So it's like, you have this as, and people will say, oh no, that didn't happen, that's not real, you know? I mean, okay, sure. It says it was a random attack, and they won't release any of the information about who did it. They just say, oh, it wasn't a racial attack. Even though I guarantee you it was probably a Muslim or a Sikh who threw the kid in, or some sort of Pakistani. I guarantee you, because it was a white kid, and it was completely racially motivated, and they won't report on it. It's very sad. The kid survived, though. The kid's like in the hospital, but the kid survived. I don't know how badly injured he was. They said, like, you know, lifetime scarring and stuff like that. But he's a boy, right? So it's like, scars are cool, right? So that you have a story to tell. I was thrown into a crocodile cage, right? It'd be a lot worse if he was a woman. We don't know, Skillgamer, because they won't release the information. At least as far as I know. I can ask Grok. A few days ago, a 3-year-old was thrown into a crocodile enclosure in the UK. Is there any information on who did it and why? Let's just find out if Grok has any answers. I mean, you know, it is what it is. At least it wasn't a hippo enclosure. Yeah, the wife and the kid would be dead. I'm glad, but also curious as to why he wasn't consumed by the animals. I guess they weren't too hungry at the moment of the time. The thing is, Retro, crocodiles are, like, they're pretty well fed, and they don't eat a lot. So I think the only reason why they would, like, attack it is because the kid was fucking screaming because he'd been thrown 15 feet onto the ground. Like, I think honestly most of his injuries weren't from the crocodiles. it was from being thrown 15 feet. So for all I know, the crocodiles didn't even touch him. And it was just impact damage. But again, I don't have any information about it, so I don't know. All I know is that it was said it was a 15-foot drop, and the owner's wife jumped in to save the child. At least that was from what the story I saw. I do not support abusing people, and I heard things that are happening to people from other countries, but I kind of feel like if you're in another country, not legally, and you assault citizens, then you shouldn't be here. I have an extreme view, Skillagamer, and I didn't have this view 7 years ago. I would be defending illegal aliens 7 years ago, but I don't defend illegal aliens anymore. In fact, my policy is I am willing to have a 20%, like, I don't know what you would call it, like innocence rate. So basically, 1 in 4 people that we do something to is innocent. And we know that, like, 1 in 4 people that we're, like, deporting or hanging or killing are innocent. But, unfortunately, the problem is so bad, and we can't fix it, that we are willing to just get rid of everyone. And at that point, it's unfortunate for the innocent people, but if they haven't rung in their compatriots inside of their own communities with in-group bias, then how are they not complicit in the actions? Right? Like with the Henry Novak case with, like, his brother telling the police that Henry was being racial and, like, anti-Sikh, and the mother taking the knife and hiding the knife so that there was no evidence that Henry was stabbed. And this is, like, all on police cam, right? What was your face heel turn moment on that issue? Retro, I talked about this yesterday, and it was my dad's case against the government. Because I didn't believe that the government would actually do that, but my dad had an 11-year case against the government for being a whistleblower, that we literally almost lost the house and all of our things, everything, destroyed our family, 11 years of bullshit. I just never believed that the government would do something, and then my dad's case came out, all the information came out, that was all true, and I looked at it and I said, well, if they're willing to do that to this random person, what the fuck else are they doing? And I no longer had the idea that it was all fake, or it was all exaggerated, or it was all crazy, because it happened to my own fucking dad. And, like, all of the records are public records that you can go and look at what the government tried to do to him. That's what radicalized me. Because before, I didn't believe it. And when it happens to you, then you can't deny it anymore. Might want to read those records. I can ask my dad about it and figure that out. I can tell you the entire story of, like, what happened, and maybe you can look the individual incidents up. I guess I could start with this one. In Canada in 1991, was there a controversy over the shredding of military documents due to the negligence of the Canadian government? Let's see what Grok says. What does that have to do with immigration? Retro, it has to do with how the government presents things and the media presents things. If the government and the media are willing to present that for something as small as my dad, imagine what they're willing to present for something that's actually happening that would cause them to lose power. Right? It made me realize that the government is lying and fucking you over. And every aspect of them trying to keep power is putting you down. So I am now an advocate for simply just rounding up everyone in the government that has any power and just killing them. No questions asked. I mean, that's my absolute extreme, right? I mean, I don't want it to happen, but I'm like, I think that's the only way to fix it. Unfortunately. No, there was no major documented controversy in Canada in 1991 specifically about shredding or neglecting exclusive searches, historical records, news archives. Maybe it wasn't 1990. Okay, wait, here, maybe, because I might have gotten the wrong year, right? Closely related event is Somalia Affair 1993, document of Canadian Airborne Regiment troops, Somalia peacekeepers involving. No, that has nothing to do with it. Scandal, destruction of Maybe it was specific documents? I don't know. Also doesn't align. Refers to a specific incident, news story. Because it's like, it's not necessarily something that was like extremely popular, right? And it's something that's like extremely shut down. So it's like, I don't know how to look that up. Time to get face fucked by the blood-starved beast. Hope you actually mean that. If so, rock with it. I said last stream, if you need to give PP slaps to your rulers, they work for the people who consent to be governed as long as the government serves their interests. That's how it works. If you can't get down with that, get gone. You serve us. We do not serve you. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I can just do like paper. Canadian whistle blower paper shredding incident Canada. Maybe I can find it here. A most notable whistleblower, whistleblower, foreign passport, database falsification, security concern, reprisals in response, and has also seen other prominent cases of mass document shredding, including incidents 2015. Watchdogs investigate document shredding at Alberta. 1990s. I'm a radical, don't tread on me snake type, so I'm a minority. I think we should follow the New Hampshire model. State reps make a low wage while in office, and they have no adhere to term limits, no geriatrics running the show. Retro, since the inception of the internet and technology, we have the capability to do every single political option online. You can have a government database where you literally have every jurisdiction of everything inside of your state. It's all done through, like, logging in through, like, your ID, government state ID and everything. And you can propose, vote, and do whatever you want. And everything is allocated to online. Rules update based upon numbers of votes at the time, all controlled through an algorithm, through a system. It's absolutely possible to do. You know why I know it's possible to do? Because we have online banking. How can you justify that we have online banking, but we don't have online voting, when online banking is like way 1,000 times more like in-depth, secure, and like it's also doing like international, working with multiple types of laws. So it's like, how can we do online banking and like, you know, like fucking Western Union transfers from like Walmart, but we don't have online voting? And the answer is because they don't want us to. Right? Because you could literally have a government site up tomorrow with every law and everything simplified down to like understanding, no bullshit language in the laws, and just be like, well, what do you want to propose? And you have every citizen vote and propose their own things within their, instead of going to like City Hall to propose to do something, you say, pick your jurisdiction and you put it in there and you do your thing and you get it, right? I'm against killing people, but when you're a fucked up person in the government, it makes me pause and think. I don't know if it's good or not. Yeah. I don't think, like, I don't want to advocate for killing anyone, right? But unfortunately, they will advocate for killing you. And if you don't kill them first, it's like I was saying yesterday, right? Like, okay, this is my stance on how like America should treat other countries. America is the superpower of the world. Everyone else is their bitch. So for instance, I know one of the customers at Walmart who got scammed out of her life savings by an Indian scammer. And since the bank was in India, the bank won't give the money back, even though they went through like a court case. So she's like, fucked. So what I would say as like the American government, if this happened to an American citizen, is I would go to the Indian government and I would say, okay, you give us our citizens' money back, or that's an act of war. Like, you allowing your citizens to infiltrate our country through a foreign means, through evidence of lies and scamming, steal money from our citizens, that is an act of war. So either stop it from happening, give us our money back, or you will literally not exist tomorrow. And why America doesn't do that, I don't understand. Oh, because it doesn't look good? Who the fuck cares? You're the superpower of the fucking world. Just do it. But then, you know, Samson option, they just throw nukes at you. Nuclear bombs changed everything. And I'm not gonna lie, that's a valid argument. That is a valid argument, right? Like, I would say the reason why the world is the way it is because of the Samson option, right? But there's also, if you believe in, like, UFOs and aliens, every time a nuke has been launched, it's been disabled by aliens. So I don't think they'll let us nuke ourselves. So I don't think the Samson option is actually viable, because I don't think interdimensional beings will allow us to do that. They will literally just turn our nukes off. And there's, like, documented evidence of this kind of shit happening, with, like, false firings and stuff like that. Sorry, we'll give you money back in full, sir. Can be helping with the citizen's account number, sir. Unfortunately, sometimes we do have to put our foot down and make threats. Can Indian nukes even reach the sky? Tech support as nukes. And that's the thing, Retro, is, like, some people, there's a conspiracy theory that nukes aren't even real. That we don't have the ability to create, and that's why we don't have nuclear power, is because we don't have it actually figured out how to do it yet. And everything's just a hoax, but it's like, the power of, like, the explosions is on par, right? But it's like the whole thing with, like, radiation and everything like that. I know, Ahab, I look at them. I seek them out because I want to see how people think. That's why I like talking about them, because I think it's funny. I don't believe it. I think it's fucking funny. Because I like to think, like, look at, like, reconstruct how people think and how they get to their conclusions, right? I think that makes me a more intelligent person, metagaming someone else's mind into, like, their position to be like, yeah, okay, you know, if I had that mindset and that understanding and that knowledge, I understand how I could come to that conclusion. It's not my conclusion, because I'm not a retard. I mean, I am, but, you know. Can India's nukes even reach the sky? Thank you for calling nuclear support. My name is Josh. Can I have your access code and account number, sir? Can you be helping me with the information? Scotty, stop talking all white. Oh, sorry, brother. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I'm very much so. They're the bad sort of people who would begin to romanticize post-apocalyptic settings. That is very true, yes, but people would not survive like 2 weeks in like the post-apocalyptic or pre-technological world.
Do
right?
not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Read Retro's chat read. Wait, Retro's what? We're in a bad sort when people begin to romanticize post-apocalyptic settings. I am sorry. I am very bad at this. I am not good. Can you tell I am real brown? That's why I can't do anything that is good. Okay, the scammer. Oh, definitely do not redeem. Do not read. No, please, no. Do not redeem. No. Oh my God, no, my money. Please do not redeem. 3, 2, 1, toke.
Anyways, don't fall over though. Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass.
Oh.
Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
True. She knows what she's talking about, guys. She's holding me accountable. Name's Ice Poseidon, homie. One arm thing, dude. Productive values are in the negative. Nice pajama pants. I have some like them. That malt vinegar really cleared up my insides. Yeah, I don't know, like, I've said this before, but, like, I'm actually wearing a uniform. So, like, the hat represents, like, the esoteric craziness of, like, Rick and Morty, right? And, like, off-the-wall shit, right? Like, my hair is, like, I'm a fucking hippie. The headphones are from, like, Charlie, the Moist Critical. The heavy metal shirt shows you that, like, we love dark fiction and, like, fucked up themes. And the plaid pants are a shot to Mr. Ballin. Because I want to be, like, the Mr. Ballin of fiction on YouTube. Like, I want my short stories to be, like, you know, the dark, mysterious, you know, whereas Mr. Ballin's are all real, mine would all be, you know, fake. But it's like every piece of everything has its value to, like, an aspect of the stream, right? So I feel like it's like a complete fucking, uniform, in a way. Just my mindset towards it. As fucked up as that probably sounds. You remind me of a burger Andy. Crazy. Actually wild. Scotty. Say, Ice, you said I could go with you. And then his face reflects back at him in the bus doors as they close. True. Okay. So anyways, I was going to just tell the story about my dad, right? So like in the 1990s, there was a whistleblower where the Canadian government wanted to give military-grade documents that are worth like thousands of dollars on the black market to a guy in a warehouse with a shredder. My dad, his job was to be a bid overseer. So what would happen for a contract in the government is you would have like a bunch of people that would all put in their contract, right? And then you would have the people vote on which contract is the best. My dad's job was to basically audit those and make sure that people weren't like cheating and they were choosing the best possible contracts, right? And what happened is they chose a guy in a warehouse with a shredder. So my dad looked into it, and 3 of the people who were like the deciding vote had like basically influence in some way connected to this guy. So my dad went to the media and he's like, okay, this is what the government's trying to do. The government tried to shut him down. He got the government to do what they were supposed to do, and his like referral, the best contract that he said they should have chosen was the one that the U.S. military uses to shred their documents. So the Canadian and U.S. military would be using the same like third-party company to shred their documents to basically maintain authenticity, right? And it's like perfect. So he had to go to the media and blow this whole thing up so that they would actually fucking do that, so that these documents wouldn't basically get stolen, right? Because it's obvious that this was like set up fraud. Then in either like 2001 or 2002, there was a pit or a well being dug in Egypt, and the Canadian government was doing a subsidiary like contract, like through other contracting means, like with something to do with like between the Canadian and Egyptian government for like development things, kind of like the idea of like the Bridge and Road Initiative in like China, right? This is just like international like projects that the government does in other nations, right? This is like very, very common stuff. And again, he was supposed to oversee the bid, and they didn't choose the correct bidding because again, they were trying to commit fraud and like pocket the money. And what happened is they didn't do the survey properly for like the well, so they dug too deep too fast and they flooded the entire thing and lost all of their equipment. And it was something like $100 million worth of Canadian equipment that was lost. And my dad was like, he had pointed it out that this was like all wrong from the beginning, and they'd gone ahead with it anyways, right? And then in 2008, this is the one that like they really fought back against him. This is what caused everything, because he already had a track record of this, and he's already got like a reputation, right, of like authenticity. So basically it was for, I think it was the 2010 Winter Olympics in Vancouver. Well, it was like 2008, 2010. I fucking don't remember. Whichever one. And, basically, the RCMP chose a contract that was a former, like, the owner was a former RCMP officer. And the company had done the Beijing, like, 2004 events. They had never done security, and they were supposed to do security for the games. And my dad was like, well, no, you can't pick that company, because that company didn't do security. That company is like an events thing, right? Like, they don't do security. They don't have the authorization. And they're like, yeah, but we can give it to them. And my dad's like, well, this is fucked up. So he goes to the media, gets it all exploded, and he's like used to work from home, right? So telemarketing, or not telemarketing, fuck, what's it called? There's a specific word for it, but it's like working from home, right? Because it's a desk job, right? Doesn't need to be in the office in Vancouver, right? And they basically, like, took that away from him, basically illegally, telling him, like, lying to him the reasons why. So he had to go back to commuting to Vancouver every fucking day. And then it's like, they reprimanded him in pretty much everything, like, trying to take away his pension. And 3 people died hiking in the Grand Canyon when it was 109. Darwinism, damn. From heat stroke? I believe it, Ahab. Some people are dumb. Sorry, but natural selection does have a price, right? It is what it is. And basically the RCMP, you know, they went through and they blacklisted my dad, and, you know, he had to go through all the channels, and he, like, couldn't reestablish anything, right? So, like, the company went through, and what happened is they let a package into the, and it's, like, documented that they let a package into the games, which could have been a bomb. It wasn't, but it could have been a bomb, right? And that's the whole point of, like, hypotheticals like that, right? Is, like, the potential. Like, you went out of your way to make sure that the people that were doing the security weren't the proper people, and then you fucked up and you let a potential, like, thing in, and you're still trying to, like, sue the person who uncovered it because you fucked up. And then, you know, they're trying to, like, fire my dad, take away his pension, you know, take away telecommuting. That's telecommunications, right? Stuff like that. I take an umbrella if it's 95. I assume so. The article won't fucking load. Live in that weather. That shit is no joke. Umbrella, water, sunscreen. Kind of want to buy a camel pack. Oh, I totally forgot that we were looking up the 3-year-old enclosure. Yes, the incident occurred recently. Johnson of old, 3-year-old boy who did it. A 30-year-old white British man from Norfolk. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I mean, you know, don't jump to conclusions, right? Like I said, right? But the media lies so many times that, like, I don't believe it when it says white British man from Norfolk. I want a picture. Right? He was a day trip at the zoo, not known to the boy or his family, arrested on suspicion of attempted murder, assessed him as unfit for interview. What the fuck does that mean? Due to his condition. So he had a condition. The guy had a condition, then why was he in society? On bail reports. So, oh wait, so he was previously jailed in September, and he was on bail. So he was on bail in the zoo and threw a 3-year-old into the encampment. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? 4 innocent crocodiles thrown into that vicious 3-year-old's enclosure. Exactly, I would have not guessed a white British man would have done that, though. He was a criminal. So it's like, well, he was white, yes, but he was also previously a criminal. Legal system is failure. Absolutely. How did it happen? Rescue and aftermath. Yeah, Tracy Johnson, wife of the owner, showed remarkable bravery by jumping into the enclosure and pulling the bully to safety. Like I said, the wife fucking jumped in and saved him. Is there a public image of the perpetrator? No, there is no public image of the perpetrator available. So they... Okay, I'm gonna guess, guys, that he's not white. I think they said he's white. I don't think he's white. I think they're lying. I could be wrong. You know, I'm not accusing them. I'm just saying from past history, you know, I don't believe them. Give me the picture so I can see that he's white. Sick and tired of all these people committing crimes and just get to walk the street and do more crimes. And then there's, yeah, man faces 2 years. A man faces 2 years in prison for cleaning a river. Paul Powell's land and volunteers removed 200 bags of rubbish from London's river Roding. Now he is being prosecuted for not having a permit. But the guy who threw a kid into the enclosure is out on bail and fit for society, even though he was previously out on bail for something else. So I'm gonna guess this, guys, now that he's out on bail, he's gonna go out and kill someone. Probably a kid. I'm calling it. Because why would he stop there? He's like, well, if it was attempted murder, well, could I get out if I murder someone? Let's try that. Like, is this the world you want to live in? No, it's not. That is the only question I have, right? You can ask me anything, and my answer will be, is that the world you want to live in? And if the answer is no, change it. Do you want to live in a world where only lawyers understand the law? No. Okay, well, let's make the law so everyone can understand it and abolish lawyers. Boom, easy. Okay, done. Do you want to live in a world where a judge can make a personal decision that doesn't follow the law? No. I want a judge to only be able to make a judgment based upon law and not personal feelings. Okay, let's change that. Do you want the owners of corporations to be able to lie, cheat, and steal because they have the money to sue you in court? No. Okay, well, let's change that. That's the world I want to live in, where you just ask that question, right? Like, you put a post on X for everyone in America, and you ask the question, like Donald Trump says, ask the question on Truth Social, is this the kind of world that you want to live in? Yes or no? And then you just act based upon that answer. No laws, no red tape, nothing what anyone says. Sorry if you didn't vote, that's our new voting system. If you don't have X, that's your own fault, sorry, because everyone in America should have X. It is what it is. And it's not just X, it's like all the other social media platforms, right? Or we'll have like some government-issued social media platform, specifically like a voting site. Again, this could all be done within 2 days. 2 or 3 days, and you could have this done. But we don't do it. That's why I'm radicalized. That's why I'm crazy. Chapter is almost done. Fuck yeah, Fizz. Let's go. Honestly, if I... Okay, yeah, that was your previous message. Fucking A. I want to live in a world where I can exist without having to have a permit. Exactly. Where do judges, pigs, and DAs actually go to jail when they don't play nice? Where my kids will be able to have it better than it is. I need a lot of money to buy a house and build 10-foot fence and a bunch of cameras with a sign that says, unless you're family, fuck off. I still like Skla Gamer, the classic. Trespassers will be shot. Survivors will be shot again. It is what it is. It's like the whole thing with Poland, where Poland was like, okay, if you cross this line, we're just gonna shoot you. And then they shot like 4 people, and I don't think anyone's crossed the line in like 6 months. that's how easy it is to fix, like, border crossing. Now, Poland's small, right? But it's also a small population compared to, like, America. Like, Canada would be hard-pressed to hold a border with 40 million people. But America holding the Mexican border with 400 million people, I think that's totally viable. Right? Like, you have enough overall per capita to have, like, one person per 20 feet from one side of the country to the other side of the country, like, being paid, like, $200K a year to make sure that someone doesn't step over that line and they just get to shoot them. You would have people lining up. There would be no jobless people. You wouldn't have to have any training. You just say, if they cross the line, you just shoot them. And, you know, the line is within bullet range, so, like, you can't even hit them if they don't cross the line, right? So you just, boom, you're good to go. Now you've got a career. That's the world I want to live in, you know? And I think anyone who says against that is just a bad actor that I don't want in my country. I don't want in my society, right? Like, for instance, okay, was there an incident where a man stabbed a child multiple times and then a group of the public attacked him, but another group of women surrounded him, defending him, holding hands? I don't know if you guys heard about this one. Sorry I had to do this. I like the classic. If Young Retro don't trust you, he will shot. Okay, well, AI isn't talking about that, but it's like, where is it? Woman protect knife perpetrator. Knife-wielding suspect versus cops. No. No. Fuck. This is where you can't always trust Grok, right? Group of women hold hands, bending, knife attacker. Let's see if we can do this. Sounds like you might be thinking of the Muslim woman form human chain. No, this is like a week ago. I don't know if I can find it. No. Okay, well, the story was basically some guy stabbed a kid and then a bunch of women, like, held hands around him, protecting him because the people were trying to beat the shit out of him. Because he had stabbed a child. Put the chapter in Discord. All right, Fizz, we can get to the writing, or the reading. I'm totally down. Chapter 1. Here we go, guys. We're getting into the beta reading time. We can stop talking about controversies and bullshit. Oh, I'm like, where is my bar? It's because the TV turned off, so it reset where my bar was. Talk. What do you think about the 11-year-old who got shot in Houston, Texas during a game of Ding Dong Ditch? And the owner of the house came out and shot the kid while he was running away. So, child A is playing, and child B shoots child A. So, woman C, or man C? Wait. Owner of the house. So, owner C comes out and shoots B, the perpetrator. 100% justified. 100% justified. That's what you get, bitch. Parents didn't teach you right. Didn't raise you right. Sorry. You don't get a second chance. Sucks to be you. That'll teach everyone else not to do that. He 11. An 11-year-old knows what they're doing. An 11-year-old knows what they're doing. I need a drink and a piss. I'll be right back. It's Texas. You expect the average IQ to be low and the average mental illness quotient to be high. So this would be my question, Retro. So the person's IQ is so low that he doesn't understand what he did wrong. So we're going to put him back into society. If you're an 11-year-old, you know what you're doing. That's the parent's fault. Why? First of all, why does an 11-year-old have a gun? Right? How did an 11-year-old get a gun? Well, that's the parents. So I don't, you know, why did he think it was acceptable to shoot another kid? Right? Like, and the fact that he was running away means he clearly knew what he did. Right? He just thought he would get away with it. And he didn't. That should teach other people that they can't get away with it. Oh, I don't want this. I want viewer story. No, we want is chapter 1. Huh? I don't think that's what the viewers said. They didn't say... No, that's what I asked, because it sounded like... No. Kid A shoots Kid B. Kid A runs away. Homeowner comes out and shoots Kid A. That's what I heard. And Kid A is 11. They said the homeowner shot the kid in the back. Well, yeah, because the kid was running away after he shot the other guy. It's like with the Rick Chow thing where he shot the kid in the back because the guy was pointing a gun at his son. Obviously gonna shoot him in the back. Heard kid, a ding-dong ditches, homeowner shoots a kid. No, the kid was... Wait. Okay, I heard kid is playing ding-dong ditches, gets shot. Kid runs away, homeowner comes out and shoots that kid. That's what I heard. Oh, wait, is Ding Dong Ditches like Nicky Nicky Nine Doors? Wait. Was that like two separate... So it was like two separate clauses, right? The first clause was, this kid got shot. The second clause was how the kid got shot. So I misinterpreted what was said. So if someone comes up and plays Nicky Nicky Nine Doors on you, and you shoot them... No, yeah, I was confused. I thought the homeowner was shooting a kid that shot another kid. And like the homeowner heard the gunfire and came out. Because I wasn't paying attention to the... I didn't register the ding dong ditches. right? It's like two kids playing outside, one shoots the other, runs away, homeowner comes out and shoots that kid. That's what I heard, my bad. No, he should not have fucking, the guy should be fucking hung. You can scold a kid and shit, but it's like, let kids be kids, man. Nicky Nine Doors, like, even if he does the whole, like, you know, sets the bag of shit on fire on your thing, I'm just like, maybe, like, learn who the kid is, go talk to his parents, and be like, you know, you kind of can't do this, like, you're gonna do it to the wrong person, it's gonna be bad. But no, I'm 100% he should not have shot the fucking kid over something so simple as that. That's absolutely ridiculous. I want to know who let him have a gun. That would be my first question, would be, okay, well, who let the homeowner have a gun? Because he clearly doesn't know, like, when to use it. It's annoying, but I don't think I can justify shooting a child for playing... No, you can't. Let, the Constitution? No, I mean, like, you have to go through, like, a process. You can't just, like, buy a gun. You have to, like, get a thing to, like, own a gun. It's, like, super easy, and if you're a normal person, you're fine, but, like, you have to, like, get, like, a license to, like, have a gun. Or are you telling me that you don't have a license in America and you can literally walk into, like, a Cabela's and buy a 44? Because I'm sorry, if that's actually true, then that's retarded, because where's the vetting process of who gets a gun and who doesn't? Right? There's vetting processes specifically for, like, hunters to make sure that hunters don't go rogue. Like occupying, like, the types of guns that they buy and stuff like that. I'm just saying, Retro, if you're a 21-year-old dude with $200 and you walk into Walmart and you buy a 44 and you kill everyone in that Walmart, whose fault is it? Because I have an answer to that question. And it's not the kid. It's not the guy pulling the trigger. I'll tell you that. I mean, okay. Like, everyone can own a gun, yes, but, like, you know, we just gotta make sure you're not a fucking retard first. Trying to make my gun, boy. I don't take kindly to that round these parts. I'm not trying to take your gun away, Retro. I'm just asking you if, like, for instance, like, would you give a 3-year-old a gun? Like, is it a 3-year-old's right to be able to have a gun? Oh, I know, I'm just fucking with you, Retro. I just like to go to extremes, right? That's just what I do, bro. I go to extremes in order to push people's beliefs to their utmost. Alright, are we ready for Fizz's story, guys? You must pass background search, meet age require, and pass firearm safety certificate to get a gun here. So a lot of people can get it. But, like, that's not, like, that's what I mean, Squagamer. Like, it's not hard to get a gun. Like, it's super fucking easy to get a gun. But, like, there is a process you have to go through. You can't just show your government ID that you're 21 at Walmart and buy a 44. Right? Because I know people will say that, and I'm like, I don't think that's actually true. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure there's, like, at least a minimum checklist that's gone through. And everyone I've talked to who's an American says there is. But it's state by state, so who knows? Right? And all I'm saying is, like, is that a good thing? I don't think so. But hey, I'm not American. Right? So, But I do believe in, like, guns, and I do believe it, like, again, Alberta is the Texas of Canada, right? Like, we're, like, stand your ground, we're, like, fuck all y'all, federal government, we're, like, fucking cowboys with oil, right? He has to apply formatting, Fizz. No, he's on Kick. The queue system doesn't work on Kick. I think people need psych history evaluation too, to be honest. Yeah, I would agree with that, Skull Gamer, but, you know, again, it at some point, it's just like a compromise, right? But I would never compromise for having no check and just being able to give anyone a gun. Like, I mean, like, you're just asking for things to go wrong at that point, right? Like, there is, like, a civic duty of, like, protecting people that you have as, like, a lawmaker in the government, right? I think people need, be right back 1 sec. Alright, sounds good, Fizz. I'm gonna take a toke then, and, we'll get into this. But yeah, so, like, there's different, like, nuances of things, right? Like, did you guys hear about the story where it was, like, a 14-year-old kid, tried to break into a woman's house, and he had his hand inside of, like, the, you know, the mail slot? So he's got his hand inside of the mail slot, trying to, like, unlock the door from the inside. And this is, like, all on camera, right? And, it was, like a younger woman or something like that. And, like, you can see from, like, this guy's arm, like, this is a pretty big built, like, 14-year-old. Of course he was fucking black. So she was scared. So she grabbed a baseball bat, and she after, on video, of course, telling him to stop for, like, 5 minutes, as his hand is, like, slowly, no, the woman was white, and he's, like, reaching around, she's like, yo, stop, I've got a bat, I'm gonna hit you, like, stop, I'm gonna hit you, and then she started smashing his arm. So the family sued her because he has permanent damage in his arm, and, like, they won. Three, two, one, toke. The judge ruled excessive force. That she used excessive force that left him with a lifetime injury. That was the ruling. Sounds like the US of gay. I don't know where it was. Could have been in Europe. Could have been Canada. You know? Laws are worse with self-defense. The fuck else was she supposed to do, though? Allow him in? That was her argument, and that's what, you know, the court system is basically about, right? They're like, well, you shouldn't have let him in, but you shouldn't have used that much force. You shouldn't have permanently damaged him. But it's like, it's a sensitive spot, like your elbow, and it's a fucking baseball bat, and he's, like, not listening to you. So it's like, how do you know what excessive force is at that point when you're just trying to stop him, right? It's just, the idea of it is just so ridiculous. Right, if she had a badge, it would have been different. No, if she was black, it would have been different, because the family wouldn't have sued her. Right? And I think the whole reason was because it was a civil case, so it had, like, nothing to do with the breaking and entering. It was just, like, a civil case for damages. And they didn't even take it, I don't even think they took into account the breaking and entering. It was just the damage. Well, it was because it wasn't for the breaking and entering, it was for her fucking up his arm with the baseball bat. So, and that's what they called excessive force. Countries. I can look it up. I don't know if I can find it, but Woman defends house with that. Maybe I can find it. Homeowner, home invader, security system. No. 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 Sometimes hard looking up stuff like this. I don't think I can find it. It is what it is. Some of them you can't find. But yeah. It's one of those things, right? But yeah, I thought people allowed to shoot if someone breaks into your house. Isn't someone reaching their hand in your home attempting to unlock the door means that you can protect yourself? The hand was inside the house. I agree, Skull Gamer. I'm just saying because of the paragraphs aren't separated, it might be a tiny bit confusing. I don't know. That's okay, Fizz. That's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll get it done. Alright, let's lock in. Here we go. This is Fizz's story, guys. Chapter 1. 3 weeks in. I'm never gonna get used to this. Slowly open my eyes to see everyone sitting in a circle with an open space meant for me. Sit up. From my straw-made bed. There isn't much to work with here. Why would Sam choose this place? By the way, this is like a post-apocalyptic kind of thing. I stand up and brush myself off. They were like monsters attacking, and there's like 6 survivors, and they were in like an underground bunker. Stand up and brush myself off, getting some of the straw from my clothes. Hey, sleepyhead, let me get your food before I eat it. Tara shouted at me. We've been eating crackers and water every day for these 3 weeks. Tara knows how to cook. Can we not figure something out there? Morning, Al, Evan said, chuckling. He's oddly close to Daisy. He's never dated anyone before. Of course, now when 99% of the population is gone, it's the perfect time for dating. Evan, seriously, I told you, I don't like people calling me Al. You sound like an old man. I respond as I sit down, open my water bottle. We're living off these base minimum here. That means 3 water bottles and a few servings of crackers. At this point, the whole point of the water bottles is to make sure your mouth doesn't go dry. Yeah, that's a terrible combination to have. Oh god, that's a terrible combination. Alright everyone, we need to figure this out. Obviously, we can't just stay here until food runs out. We're literally sitting ducks waiting for those beings to come eat us up. We also need to find something a lot more valuable than crackers. I think the clear path is farming, which means we need to go back in town, Sam said, without his emotion changing at all. This guy is only 30 and has an immaculate poker face. I wonder if that's what he's done with his time. He's never opened up about anything in his life. Keeps to himself, only talks when needed, and is smart. Really smart. I love these character additions. Right? It's like, oh, camera pan to character. Hear character say thing, get a feel for character, give a little bit of story for character. And it's like piece by piece by piece, but it never feels like it's too much, right? Because sometimes people are like overstimulating with like the amount of characters and introductions that they do within like the first bit of the story. But this feels like good, right? Sorry, you want to go back to town? You know, those beings are still there. If anything, they're getting closer to us. Going back to town isn't going to do anything. And also, it's going to take us hours. What is the point? Evan argued. Evan does have a point. So does Sam. What does it matter? We're all going to die to these beings at some point. Maybe, just maybe, because there is no one in town. They might have moved. Daisy says exactly what I was thinking. If we don't leave, we're going to run out of food. If we do leave, we can get a stable source of food. Either way, we're risking us dying. So how does it matter? Well, obviously, we need to choose the latter. It is literally the only thing that will keep us alive. As long as everyone agrees, Sam said. Almost every decision we've made is agreed upon by everyone. I mean, majority of it really obvious stuff. Stuff like this. Risking our lives. We need to have that system. Well, obviously Henry can't verbally agree. The guy doesn't talk. Evan said. Evan's kind of rude. Don't get me wrong, great guy. It's just, sometimes he doesn't know what he's saying. And it's like the interruption of like the character's thoughts in between it, right? It's like, it's like in a normal book, right? This would be in italics, right? Because this is like the character thought. And it's like you get that feeling like immediately, right? So it's like, I like, again, that's why I kind of like the copy and paste like this, because it gives you the opportunity to try and pick things out without having like visual cues, right? And then it's like, does the story and like what you're presenting hold enough on its own that even without a structured format, that it's like you can find the structure inside of that, right? So it's like purposefully handicapping yourself so you like notice things harder, right? Shut up, Evan. You don't get to talk about Henry that way. No one does. Understood? Tara lashes out a little bit at Evan. I mean, good for her. But why don't you talk about Henry like that? It doesn't explain why he refuses to talk. I'm going to school with him for 7 years. I know why. And that's another thing, like, you present, like a question to the character about something, right? And then you give a hint about it. And then it's like confirmation without information. So it's like now you've gone from asking a question to knowing that there's an answer to now anticipating when that answer is going to come. Right? It's like that's the engagement that I'm getting out of this. Protective, aren't you? What is it? Care about him? And I was literally going to make a comment about that, but like I read ahead the line and I saw that, and then I didn't make a comment about it. I was going to wait until I said it. But yeah, I'm like, that snappy remark is immediately like, wait, she's obviously like defending him for a reason, right? They're going to bone. Fuck yeah. All right, let's go. Evan responds, do I need seriously to answer that question? I care for everyone here the same amount. It doesn't give you the right to talk about him that way. If he doesn't want to talk, it's his choice, not yours. Typo, my bad. That's okay, it is what it is. Comma or em dash needed there. I mean, words will be missing, typos will be in there, it is what it is, right? It's not what I'm focusing on, right? I'm not a grammatical editor or anything. I'm just a idea person with continuity, right? And it's like, what is like, is the story that you're presenting creating the image that you are trying to create, right? Are you directing me in the correct direction? Are you giving me the right hints, right? Are you putting the right ideas in my mind, right? That's what I'm here to analyze. Because I'll just forget the words on the page. But the ideas and the impressions that those words leave, that's what's important. Tara said, and walked over to Henry. He didn't join our little group circle. Look. He likes being alone. At least, now he does. Alright, well, we need to make a decision. I'll give everyone some time, Sam said. He took his bottle of water and went over to where his bed was. I walked over to him and sat down next to him. Just so you know, I don't have a problem with going. Although that's probably to be expected, I said. I always agree with Sam. He knows what he's doing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be directing this. I'm sorry if the group isn't working together. Tara and Henry, they're fine. I know Evan is hard to work with. Don't worry, it's not your fault. It's not going to matter anyway. We have to move. And I'm not too worried about Evan. He's anxious about all of this, but he attempts to hide it underneath his jokes and ego. Sam explains. And it's like, the variety and use of like tags, right? Like dialogue tags. Like, it stands out. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. But I don't know how other people feel about that. Because, like, I know dialogue tags can be a controversial topic for some people. But I like the, like, immediateness of it. Like, right? Like, this is clearly, like, exposition dialogue. So you use a dialogue tag that emphasizes that exposition. Right? And it's like a way of using a call out. Like if something that's like super coincidental or something like that happens and you have like a character call it out, it has like a higher chance of like initiating into like the disbelief of the reader, because it's like, oh, of course it's a coincidence, but if the characters know or think that it's a coincidence, then all of a sudden it like fixes that hole in what you would think in the story of, oh, this just happened because it needed to, right? And it's a psychological technique, right? Where you can basically like misdirect people through it. It's surprising that Sam knows these people, as far as I'm aware. He met us for the first time 3 weeks ago. How are you able to understand people so well? I barely figured that out myself. Of course, he's never acted like that because, well, we've never been in an apocalypse. Which should be obvious, I said. Well, so you've never been to the third world. I mean, what? Said, Sam doesn't look at me. Daddy looks to where the others are. I wish I understood what was happening in his head. I'll go talk to Evan and Daisy. You handle the other two. They aren't okay with moving. You better convince them. I don't want to leave anyone behind, especially those two, Sam says as he stands up. Stand up after him. Finally looks at me, and I give him a nod. He starts walking towards Evan and Daisy. I follow, shortly behind him. I don't stop like Sam. Instead, I keep walking. Tara calls me Sam's assistant or something. I don't mind it that much, but I know I don't compare to Sam at all. What's up, assistant? You gotta convince us to go with the rest of you? 'Cause trust me, it's not gonna be that hard to do. Unlike those lovebirds over there, Tara says, pointing at Evan and Daisy. Lovebirds? I mean, I saw them close to each other, and it was odd, but lovebirds seems a little off, somehow. Lovebirds? Them? They were close, but doesn't that seem wrong? Who would try to start a relationship now? I question, looking at the two of them. Do I think Tara and Henry are dating? No. Doesn't seem like it. Tara's brave, tough. She's not afraid of anything. Besides beings, of course. Henry is shy, quiet, keeps to himself. Polar opposites. Although they do say opposites attract. I just don't see it. It's actually funny that you should say this line, because I was like watching this like tangent time. I was watching this TikTok earlier where it was describing the effects of surface tension on water and how similar weighted objects attract, but like differing weight objects will separate, right? I just thought that was funny because, like, looking at it, I was thinking the same thing. You know, everyone says like opposites attract, and it's like filling the gap between it. Fucking ads! God damn it! It was so close. I had it all. I was in heaven. And I threw it away. We get toast. Yeah, Fizz, no, I'm thoroughly enjoying the story so far. I love the description and like keeping to like I love, like, your character interaction and dialogue. Creating the setting doesn't mean so much because it's, like, it's not important necessarily for the characters, right? Like, you know, it's a post-apocalyptic, fucked up world. They're walking through a forest, everything's fucked. But it's like, how do we feel about it? Like, what are our emotions? What are our thoughts, right? Like, how are we coping? What are we doing, right? So it's like, you're getting inside the mindset of the characters. Which is like, I say, like, what you want to do is you want to make characters that people fall in love with. And when people fall in love with your characters, they will fall in love with your world via proxy those characters, right? Like, people don't just fall in love with the world. They fall in love with the characters that exist inside of that world. What do you mean Tara and Henry are gonna bone? They would never do that. Cough, cough. True. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right? Right? It's not like the end of the apocalypse and you just need to get your dick wet, right? I mean, fuck it. 3, 2, 1, toe! Back! Yo, what's up, Blessed? What you at? What you got? What you doing, my man? Oh, welcome, good sir. He's not a TTN or Usurp King. Kings. What up, Scotty? Not much. We're reading Fizz's story, chapter 1, post-apocalyptic monster story. Yeah, we were talking about, you know, the types of creations. I said that 20 minutes ago. No, you didn't. Retro? What are you talking about? Like, at most, it was like 8 minutes ago. It was like 8 minutes ago, bro. Like, at most, it was like 8 minutes. There's no timestamp, so I can't check it. But there's no way it was more than 8 minutes ago. Hey, I could be wrong, but, like, I feel like 8 minutes is a more appropriate timeline. I'm just trying to prove, Retro, that I don't ignore you, okay? And remember, I only see in colors. So, like, if you have, like, the same color in chat, right? I only know you by your color. So, like, Blessed, Retro, and Sean are like the same person, right? Because they're all the same color. Hey, Psycation in chat. Yo, what's up, Abolia? What you doing? What you have? What you got? How's your day going today? Welcome, welcome. We just chilling out. I'm not sure who you are, new man, but hello. That's Blessed. He changed his name, Retro. We were talking about him earlier. How are you? I'm fantastic. Had a fam jam over today and some Chinese food. It's kind of funny though, because we were like, they don't deliver before 4 o'clock, so we're waiting till like 4 o'clock. It's like 4:05, we order, right? And it's like 4:55, and we're like, huh, usually doesn't take this long. But you know, the second we call them, they show up. 5:05, we're like, okay, maybe we should call them. We call them, and they're like, oh yeah, we're sorry guys, your ticket didn't print until like 20 minutes ago because the system is dumb. So it should be about another 15 or 20 minutes. And we're like, oh, that's our luck. I was about to say my last name. I was about to dox myself. That's the blank way. That's the redacted way. Yeah, I mean, but we didn't really care. We were just hanging out, right? It was just kind of funny, right? And then we had some Chinese food, chilled out with the kids. Gave enough time for the kids to, like, have a bath, and, you know, because it was raining outside, so they were, like, jumping on the trampoline, running around in the yard. Their clothes were covered in mud and shit, so it's like, put one of them in the sink, and the other one goes in upstairs in the bath, and, you know, put their clothes in the dryer and the washer, and they just fuck around for, like, 30 minutes. It's a good time. Keeps things nice and easy. What do your nieces and nephews call you? I'm Uncle Scott. They can say it. They can say it now. I'm the Uncle Scott. But they say it like it's one word, right? And it makes me question if they understand what the word uncle means. Because they say like, Uncle... I've already said my brother. Uncle Rob. Uncle Scott. Uncle Rob, Uncle Scott. Uncle Rob, Uncle Scott. So they're good uncles, right? Like, Uncle Rob, Uncle Scott. I'm like, yup, you're right. My niece learned to do this. So she was like doing this like all day. And then like winking and doing like,
Love you.
so adorable. My sister's like, yeah, she's at the dentist the other day trying to do that, trying to do her teeth. They're like this. It's like, it's so adorable, but we're trying to do something here. Oh god, kids. Tara's brave, tough. She's not afraid of anything besides beans, of course. We already read this. Where am I? Hold on. I just don't see it. Please, I saw them talking to each other for hours before they went to bed. Evan left her bed and walked over to his. Isn't it weird? Beds are close. Anyway, I'm just saying, it's extremely obvious. Tara replies. Let's go. We have some walking to do. She looks over at Henry and nodded towards the rest of the group. They start walking and I follow. I don't like walking in front of people. Well, in public, it's different. But when you're with family or friends, I'd rather be able to... Oh, fuck! Yeah, I'm pretty sure whatever the fuck I did to my rib is like cartilage damage. Oh, and I think I just tore it again. Ow. Fuck. Okay, it usually goes away by now. Fuck. Okay, this is never... Maybe? Maybe? Fuck. I'm like a boy. Is this what period cramps feel like? Like, fuck. I'm guessing they're like lower than that, right? This is just like... It feels like a cramp underneath my rib. Like on top of my diaphragm. And like the more I breathe, the more it like presses on the cramp. It feels like I fucking dislodged something or something like that when I fucking cough. Like pulling a fucking muscle. I birthed 2 kids, I think I know, yeah. Fuck. Cause like, I'm guessing what happened when I fell in the shower is like I fell forward so that like the bottom part of my ribs hit like the edge of the tub, right? Cause like my glasses weren't damaged and there's nothing with my face, but there's also like my toe is fucked up, right? So I must have like smashed my toe and like fallen down like that and just be like, fuck. Childbirth feel like death? Oh, I believe it, boy. I believe it. Oh, so my friend Angie, she had her first kid, no epidermal, no nothing, pure fucking, like, no anesthetics, nothing, fucking pure beasted that shit, and her story is that, like, she was basically, like, pussying out, and she was like, I don't know if I can do this, and the nurse looked at her and said, birth your fucking child! And she just locked in, and it was because Mina was born with like a fuck ton of hair. And she was like, it was just burning the entire way because of the hair. And it was just like, holy fuck. Yeah, and then my sister was trying to do it natural. And she was like, nope, I'm having none of this. I'm not having any of this. She gave up. And then she was like, oh my god, it was the best thing ever. I didn't feel anything. It was just... they were out. It's like, alright, well. She's like, I swear by it. Like, it is what it is, right? And my sister's, like, pretty petite. So... I know it's fucked up, but it's like... It's the miracle of life, guys. It's disgusting and fucked up, but at the end of the day, it's the miracle of life, okay? Get over it. You're about to turn me into a baddie boy over here. Alright, alright. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna... I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. I'm just gonna move on. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Okay. Looks over at Henry and nodded towards... Fucking goddamn it. Fucking goddamn it. Bonnie Blue's golden baby shower. I wonder what the next step after that is. She looks over at Henry and nodded towards the rest of the group. Like, I want to throw up in my fucking mouth. Oh my god. Just thinking about it. They start walking and I follow. I don't like walking in front of people. Well, in public. It's different. But when they're with family or friends, I'd rather be to the side or behind them. Well, I figure it was an easy decision for you two. Seems like we've all agreed to leave. We'll be leaving tomorrow. It brings into question one of those controversial things, like, should prego porn be illegal because it is technically through a third party involving the child? Because, like, you're attracted to the fact that they're pregnant? You know? I mean, it's a conversation worth being had, right? I mean, I don't like the idea of, like, banning something that's, like, technically doesn't hurt anyone. If we keep going, I may never enjoy a vagina again. I'm sorry, Retro. I'm sorry. It seems... don't want to become a baddie boy. Seems like we've all agreed to leave. We'll be leaving tomorrow. My suspicions are correct. Those beings have to get tired eventually. If we leave tomorrow morning... We leave early tomorrow morning. Fuck, I can't read. Gives us the entire day to find some seeds somewhere and try to avoid them, Sam explained to us. Shouldn't we have just get... Like, I'm gonna, like, just call this out, even though I know it's like a dialogue is the perfect place to do this. Like, I like the idea of this, but I think it's a typo. Of, like, someone just literally not being able to talk properly. I love, like, having lisps or... like, debilitating speech of some kind for, like, a character. I just fucking love the idea of taking dialogue to, like, the next level. Right? So maybe use that as inspiration? I don't know. I like the idea of it, but I think it's a typo. Right? And it's like, that's where it's like the mistake can become, like the epitome of glory or something like that, right? It's like your highest point in something was actually like a great example of this is if you know your Lord of the Rings movie lore, and in A Fellowship of the Ring, when Gandalf hits his head on the thing, that was actually like a mistake by Sir Ian McKellen. He just, like, wasn't paying attention, and he hit his head on the thing. But he didn't break character, and the moment was so genuine that they kept it in the film. Right? Or, like, when Aragorn screams at when they find out that they think that the hobbits are dead, and he kicks the helmet, but it's actually because he broke his toe, right? Like, I love the idea behind those moments where it's like, just there's something about the authenticity of that moment and the unexpectedness, right? And I feel like we were talking about this yesterday too, about like the loss of art in academia because of like, oh, you have to follow the rules, you have to do it this way, even though truly it's your story, you can tell it anyway, and you can do whatever you want with it, right? You can do whatever the fuck you want, it's your story. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. There will be critique, but also know, you know, not all critique means the same thing, and not all critique is for your story, right? That's why I say, you know, take everything I say with a grain of salt. Don't feel like an obligation in any way, right? Like, I like the idea that I can point out things that you didn't notice that can improve the story, but I don't want it to be something that's like a change of view based upon like a misunderstanding of your style of writing, right? Especially if I haven't read like a lot of your work. So it's also a learning experience for me to be able to be like, I want to be able to do this in my own writing, right? But yeah, never feel like you have to take the advice, right? Or there's like an obligation. In fact, I'd say there's an obligation against it. Fight against the advice and see why, like, what you did fits to what you want, and what I'm saying is, you know, out of place. And that just gives you a better introspection on the story as well. Which again, I think is like one of the biggest problems with like editing and stuff like that, and like refining, is you have a certain blindness to your own work, right? And a certain bias to your own work. So it's super important to get as many eyes on your work with like differing viewpoints as you can, right? Like find people that are specialized in like certain categories, right? Like I would say I'm like continuity, storytelling, and like character interaction, right? It's like, how real does this feel, right? But I'm just a retard on the internet, so, you know, don't listen to what I say. Seems like it would have been better to get it then, instead of now, Daisy points out. Daisy had a good point. Would have been better to get the plants and such before we got here. But even then, we do have to constantly move. Unless we find somewhere that's stable, Sam will figure it out. He always does. Yes, of course. Doing that would have beneficial. But this is all temporary anyway. Living in a barn, sleeping on straw beds, it's not gonna be good. None of this is gonna be good. This barn's practically asking them to come in. I don't know how much power they hold, but if they can eat someone's head off without struggling, I'd figured they can probably get in here. I mean, yeah, if you can bite through a neck, right? You could probably bite through a door. What's the... Fuck, I forgot the acronym. The PSI of, like, the pressure per square inch, right? Of, like, a hydraulic lift or something like that. Yes. Sam said. Let's all go to sleep a few hours earlier. Besides eating, sleeping, talking, there isn't much to do. We usually talk about crazy things that's happened to us before the beings showed up, obviously. We try to outdo each other. Sam's never contributed. I'm sure he has some stories. Guy doesn't get angry, doesn't get sad. What has happened to him? Everyone started to talk, but Sam just looked down and walked away to his bed. He always does this. As soon as people start talking and he's done with his plans for the next few days, he just distances himself with everyone. I walk over to him to see what he's doing. Never done this. Usually I stick with everyone and just talk until the next meal. Oh, He's writing. Hey, I didn't know you wrote. You mind sharing? I ask. No. I don't tell anyone about this. I like to keep my image clean and formal. This would weaken that, Sam states. I didn't even know he had a journal and a pen. Wonder what else he's hiding that he doesn't want to tell us about. I look through the journal. It's just theories and plans. I will say, like, for this, just a make sure moment, Fizz, that this is a stylistic choice for the story of the consistent elaboration. Because I like it, but I know people may not like it, but it's like, it's a devotion to the character's personality, right? And it's like, that's what gives it life. Because it's like, you know, the character thinking something and then saying what they thought, but it's like two different angles of approaching it, like thinking through their head says, okay, how do I modify this to make it to something that I can, like, engage someone in conversation with, right? And people will say that it's like a repetitive thing and that they don't like it. So you have to decide and make sure that it's a stylistic thing that you support, that you want to do. Yeah. And then you use that as an emphasis for how the character is, right? But as long as you know that you're doing it on purpose and it's a stylistic thing and it's not like you're actually just, like, repeating the scenes, right? Because, like, it feels like there's an absolute intent behind it, right? Which leads to the character, right? But I always like to point those out to make sure, because there can be moments in time when that just, like, there's just, you know, stars aligning and that just happens. And then it's like, I never see it in the rest of the story. And then I'm like, I feel like you missed out on, like, a capitalization of a style, right? And like, the example I like to give the most is, like, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And just, like, random tangents in, like, the narration, right? And just, like, explanations and stuff like that. And it's like, how many stories do that kind of stuff? But it works because it knows what it is, right? And if you're doing that as because it's, like, presenting as that's what the narrator is personally, and you're consistent with that, it's something the reader will eventually pick up on, right? I wonder what he's hiding that he doesn't want to tell us about. Look through the journal. It's just theories and plans. How would this weaken his image? I don't understand. How would this make you look less formal? These are just ideas, are they not? I question. Yes, but, you know, you don't make it sound that bad, if you don't mind. I would wish to have that back, Sam replies as I hand him the journal. I don't know to overthink a lot. It's normal, I guess. Well, go ahead, talk with the rest of them. I don't mind. I wasn't going to. I was planning to stay here and talk to you instead, I said. I did think about it, but I didn't want to leave him alone. You were thinking about it. I don't care if you leave me alone, Sam said, reading my mind. This guy had to take a class for this. It's like the brain beam moments, right? Like when I have, like, a chatter that I'm reading their work and I, like, make a prediction about something. It's like brain beaming. It's like, I know exactly what you're doing. I love it. And to see that between, like, characters is like, you know, an emphasis on, like, the reality of actual conversations between people when you can see, you know, the outward thought process, right? Especially when it's like someone you don't know, someone you're cautious of approaching, you don't know what topics to talk about, right? And you're, like, trying to build the barriers of friendship without, you know, freaking someone out, let's say. I reply as I, this, Sam said, reading my mind. This guy had to take a class for this. Fine, if you say so, I reply as I walk away towards the group. Looks like they're just telling stories again. Really? This place is boring. To be fair, anywhere right now would be more boring than this. So I guess this is the best place. Or this is the best right now. I mean, you could be with the monsters trying to eat your head off. Is that boring? Running away from, like, interdimensional alien demons? I don't know. Land sharks? We tell stories and eventually have another meal, if you can call it that. This is where, like, instead of using the commas, I would just do, like that. So you're, like, emphasizing that it's, like, a meal, right? Because it's, like, it's just fucking crackers. You can call it that. Sam sits with us this time when he eats. I think we should go to sleep before we eat dinner. No, it's not going to be something everyone is okay with. But it's our best shot. We need to talk about where we're going anyway. Can't stay here, Sam states, opening the discussion for the rest of us. Well, we could just go to a farmhouse. I don't know if there is one near, but, I mean, we walked a handful of hours just to get here, so, Evan said. That is the first thing Evan said that's actually useful. I guess Tara got to him. I actually know where a farmhouse is. I can direct us there. It's not too far out from town. Yeah, a few hours. But it's gonna be better than this, I guess, Tara adds. A farmhouse isn't too different than a barn. I guess it would be different. Yes, but would that not be the same as this? Sam points out. We might have to build a fence or something. But it will be worth it. Does it have a source of water nearby, Tara? Pretty sure it does. A river. And we could use the rocks from said river for some defense. How would that stop the beings exactly? This place isn't safe. How would rocks be more safe? Tara said. Well, we might not use the rocks as a fence. I'll figure something out, I say, as all the rest and wake up early. I say we all rest and wake up early. I'll be on watch. And this isn't a suggestion. This is a demand, Sam said. It's always about asking if everyone is okay with the decisions. Pretty sure about this. Regardless, we walk towards our beds. After an hour, I finally fall asleep. Alex, wake up, Sam said. I open my eyes. It's dark out. Either midnight or extremely early in the morning. Can't tell which. Everyone is waiting by the door. I stand up and start walking with Sam towards the group. Did we get everything? I question. Of course we did. Water, crackers. What else is there? Alright everyone, I'm gonna log off for the night. Alright, School Gamer, have a good night. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the conversation. Have a great night. See you in the next one. Hi, homie. Yo, what's up, Hugo? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? Welcome, welcome, good sir. Sam said. Sam can be sarcastic or funny sometimes, but it's obvious right now he isn't. How's your day going today, Hugo? Okay, well, everyone is awake and ready. Let's start walking, Tara says. Me too. I'll listen for a bit and then make my exit. So if you see a lack of posts from me, assume I'm sleeping. True, Retro. I mean, I was going to end an hour and a half ago, but we were reading Fizzes, and I don't know if Vale is still out there and Vale is ready. But most likely if Vale isn't ready to submit by the end of reading this, so in like 10 or 15 minutes, I'm fucking tired as shit, so I'm probably just going to end the stream. And again, Vale, I stream every day, same time. I'll be back again tomorrow. Feel free to come in, and we'll read your stuff then if it's not ready by now, right? And feel free to, like, join the Discord and jump in the Discord and drop it in the Discord so other people can see it. If you want to show people, totally up to you. Nice. What distro and DE? Installing Linux on a second drive on my 2009 MacBook. Fuck, man, I wouldn't be able to deal with Linux. I'm literally, like, you need to start with that shit, right? Even though it's like I technically started with doing MS-DOS, because it's like we would just like run everything through MS-DOS, right? desktop environment. Debian, I'm not sure what DE means. Desktop environment. What? Distribution. Desktop environment. Oh, I'm going with XFCE. See, guys, this just goes way the fuck over my head. No idea what that is. Is that like the type of like canvas that you use to code on? To like program Linux? So it's like the base... I don't even know what to call it. Okay, not bad. It'll look real nice when it's done. Ads! True. Ads be adding up in with ads. Let's take a token and get back to the story. 3, 2, 1, toke! Tried to boot on OS X, and it wasn't pleasant. Damn, Hugo. Isn't that like one of the biggest problems with Linux? Is the fact that it's like technically like not like min-max efficient. So it's like there's like different grades of like depending upon like how you want like the processor to work, like how you want your, I don't even know what to call it, build. Your quote-unquote Windows. I guess your fucking word is operating system. Fucking operating system. Right? Even though it's like, technically it's Linux, but it's like Linux is self-designed, right? Self-programmed, self-designed, self-structured. Straight from coding, right? OS X is max default OS, stuck on EI Capitan. On an HDD, so it take Fiverr to do anything. Sounds like old technology out of date! Fuck that shit! Of course we did. Water, crackers. What else is there? For forever. 5 ever. Forever. That's like my, like, heart plus 1. It's like 4, because it's like... For fuck's sakes, I cannot do this. It's like 3 plus 1. So, like, ever since, like, I ever got on the internet, I've always been, like... Because it's a high-quality heart. So it's a heart plus 1. But it's like, it goes so far over people's heads and having to explain the joke. Because if I just go, like... It looks like a fucking math equation. Like, what are you trying to do here? That's my own fault, though. Sam said, Sam can be sarcastic or funny sometimes, but it's obvious right now he isn't. Okay, well, everyone is awake and ready. Let's start walking, Tara says. We start walking. We don't walk or make any sound. We don't talk or make any sound. At least we try to make as little sound as possible. Excuse me. We don't know if the beings have super hearing or not. It's safe not to take the risk. Eventually we reach the store we've already been to. Am I retarded? Isn't that the wrong 2? Dude, my bad. I'm retarded when it comes to language fizz, so like I just want to confirm. Cause I'm like, I think this, but like I could be fucking wrong as shit. I'm like, there could be some weird variant of how you use this, right? It is the wrong 2. Oh, right. Here's a flashlight for all of you, Sam says, handing one to each of us. I swear, this guy could pull anything out of nothing. All of us look around, grabbing any more water bottles, crackers, and especially seeds. Farming is our only choice of survival here. Anything else?
You're a fraud! Where's my tote? 700 septillion!
Thank you for the follow!
Just had Cool Guy 2006. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
What you at? What you doing? What you got? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Just a cool guy. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome, welcome. I'm Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of critique and exposure through beta reading over your work. Good to see ya, good sir. We are currently reading Fizz's work. We're almost nearing the end of it done. Holy bitrate as the stream freaking out. I don't know. The OBS doesn't say anything, but I don't know. Because again, I'm on like all platforms, so it's like it could be just Kick. Not happening on Twitch, right? The struggles of multi-platform and multi-streaming. Not for me. It's good. Well, there you go. That's important to know, right? First come into the stream, is the quality of the stream sufficient, right? Because I find a lot of streams that I go into, and it's like you can't hear the person. Like their mic is like really low, or something like that, right? You gotta like super like pump up the volume. Because I don't think people understand that like you want to be on yellow to like minimum red in like your like sound system settings. To film things, I did like sound like coordination and shit like that in school. So if my sound is bad, it's because I have a piece of shit microphone. Try my best though, and it's like the echo in the room, right? And it's like the distance from the microphone, but it's like I have like a like the idea behind it is like a presentation thing where it's supposed to feel like I'm in like a large auditorium, like talking to like doing like a TED talk, or like, you know, being like a professor talking to like my class in like an auditorium, right? So it's like it's 100% purposefully set up that way. Whether it actually sounds like that or not, I don't know. Fuck if I know. But yeah, if you have anything that you want to tell me about, if you have a work in progress or anything, just a cool guy, you know, feel free to unload your ideas upon the chat, good sir. All of us look around, grabbing any more water bottles, crackers, and especially seeds. Farming is our only chance of survival here. Anything else, it's going to be good. We all meet up at the front of the store and look at Tara. If we're all ready, I say we go, Tara said. She starts to lead the group as we start walking again for an hour. Of course, I'm behind everyone. I don't like being in front. I hate it. Probably walked at least 20 miles on foot. I wonder what happens to all of the what happened to all of the vehicles. Wait, did they eat the vehicles? Did they, like, eat the people and then, like, eat the vehicles? Oh, that puts it on, like, a whole new level. You come back again and it's like the buildings are gone. And it's like, what the fuck? She explained in a later chapter. Okay. Suddenly, I hear rustling in the grass that isn't coming in front of me. Instead, to the side. I look over and see it. Must be a handful of miles away.
Author_inches is now following. Thank you for following Author_inches. I hope you are enjoying.
Thank you for the follow, Author Zentius. How are you doing? What you at? What you got, my man? Welcome, welcome. Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome on Intoxication. Here we do a little bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a little bit of tips and tricks to improve your skills, a little bit of beta reading to expose your work to a wider audience, as well as a little bit of critique to improve your overall late night vibes. Fuck yeah, Zentius. All of the above. Fuck yeah. Love to hear about your work, good sir. I don't think the Discord link works for Kick, but I can give you the one on Twitch here if you want to. Feel free to join the Discord, drop your work in there, any of your stuff. There's promotion channels and everything else like that. Who'd have thunk that 17-year-old hardware would have firmware issues? You know what? I made a joke today at my dad, saying, you know, kids are gonna grow up without having the struggle of trying to find L3 on a controller. And then my dad was like, no, the real struggle, you know, is if you grow up and you know when you get the error, install printer drivers. It's like, fuck. Early 1990s tech software. The day of the floppy. Oh, God. Instead, to this side, I look over and see. Yeah, I have two. One I've been working on for like all year. It's just a dude named Arthur who has to go to this moon colony to find his father's research since the base has gone silent in everyone's files. Ooh, files are biometric. Then he gets the base and finds out there's a virus on the moon and people are turning into hollows, virus people. And he himself has the virus and a lot more I could go on about. Fuck yeah, that sounds epic. That sounds epic. I love sci-fi. The fuck are dip switches? Dog, where is it? I play COD and I can't find it. Wait, what are you looking for? Sorry, I'm retarded, Zentius. What are you looking for? Yeah, like my current work in progress is Stoner Girl Evolution. Oh, L3! I'm retarded. L3. Yeah, L3 on the controller. Please press L3. It took me like a week to figure that shit out. Yeah, my brain is all over the place with stuff, so it's like delayed responses and stuff, and then topics switch, so a lot of times I'll be like, oh shit, I don't understand what you're talking about, and then it's like, oh right, I'm dumb. Our last conversation that I don't remember having, 'cause I'm dumb. It is what it is, right? Surely, I hear rustling in the grass that isn't coming in front of me. Instead, to this side, I look over and see it. It must be a handful of miles away. I might be imagining things. It is dark, but I'm not imagining things. I stopped walking entirely. I'm staring in its direction. I have no idea what to do. This is the excerpt that you gave me last time, right, Fizz? Remember when you were like, I have a spoiler for you with an excerpt? This is that excerpt, right? I'm like, why do I remember this? Why am I getting deja vu? And then I was like, oh, the spoiler. Right. Never mind about what, Zentius? Midoriya. Yeah, he's hiding in the back there, right? I mean, you can't really see his head, but we got Ichigo there too, right? L3. Absolute L3, right? I always say, like, they should, you know how they have, like, the ingrained L1 and L2 there, right? I always said they should put it on, like, the bottom here, like, on the controllers, like, L3 and, like, R3 on the bottom there. And it would be like at this point, it would be like a troll meme to do it. Just be like, we know that you know Like, you have to be a retarded gamer to not know. But, like, just for the shits and gigs, I'd do that. I'd do that for the shits and gigs because I think it's fucking funny. And then the other story is about a dude named Leo who wants to go to college but can't afford it. Finds this job that will get him a full ride if he had 4 years above a 95 performance rate. After 2 years of good performance rate, he gets severely depressed and his work performance goes down. Searches online for a commuter helper dude, and he finds one named Solace. Solace basically helps him with everything, and Leo starts to build an attachment. And Leo gives Solace more and more access into his life, and Solace becomes Leo. Like, he, like, takes over his personality and his life, and it's like a psychopathic, like, replacement type thing. Like, kind of like a reverse Fight Club. Dude, that's fucking awesome. I love it. Fucking great elevator pitches, dude. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Hey, if you have anywhere where I could buy those, I will buy your books. If you want to, like, if it's on Amazon or anything like that, drop your links in the chat, bro. I will buy that shit. I present in, like, viewer books and put them on display here after I've read them. So, like, I've read all of these books from all of my viewers, right? So, I like to promote everyone's work. So, yeah, if you have them on sale somewhere, I would absolutely love to buy them. I would love to support you. That sounds fucking epic. I stopped walking entirely, staring in its direction. I have no idea what to do. Looks like it's getting bigger. That's when I realize I start running. I don't care if I'm not with the group anymore. This is about me surviving. It's getting closer. I end up surrounded by trees. I don't know where I am, where everyone else is, or where that being is. I'm hoping it didn't come for me, and I was right. It's someone around me. Where? I'm too scared to yell for help. I know the beings can hear, just not hear extremely good. I walk slowly closer to where I believe the group is. Idea still in progress, but yeah, definitely. I don't have anything on sale, but that's the goal. Well, when it is, let me know, and I will 100% buy that shit and promote that shit, because, like, that sounds so original, so cool, and just, like, the way that you presented it, I'm like, oh, I see the potential. I see the potential there, 100%. I'm getting, like, trails of stories going in my head of, like, making my own fucking stuff up, like, predicting what could possibly happen inside of the stories. I'm like, ooh, okay, what am I right about? That's just how my brain works. That's why it's like, technically I do this for a selfish reason. Because, like, I want inspiration from other people's work to see things from, like, different angles and be able to, like, you know, express different things and not fall into, like, a static stigma of, like, a single type of writing, right? And that's why, like, I don't want to just, like, read professional work. Like, currently we're reading The Wheel of Time, Book 2, The Great Hunt by Robert Jordan. We're, like, more than 3/4 of the way through it. But yeah, we read the first one over the last year. Read some chapters, some days, it depends, you know, we're 5 hours into the stream, we barely even read a single person's work, and today's more of a slow day, because we haven't had, like, 8 people show up with their work, right? But I did have an odd thing the other day where Prol showed up, and he said, please delete all of my work, and he didn't give any explanation. Yo, what's up? Just passing through. Yo, what? How's it going, my man? What you at? What you doing? What you got? For sure, buddy. For sure, bro. I just brain farted. I had like 4 topics in my head and I forgot all 4 of them at the same time. Fuck it. Please. Please be where I'm walking. But it's too late. I'm the exact same. I have like 100 different story ideas in my head all day. Yeah. I've like mainly written short stories. I've written like 100 short stories just to get like ideas out of my head. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, you know, I try to fit the idea into my book. If I can't fit it into the book, then I just write a short story about it to get the idea out of my head so I don't fuss over it. Because the last thing I want to do is, like, put something inside of the story that doesn't belong because I think it's cool. Right? That's, like, my worst fear. Because I have, like, horrible taste and stuff. So, like, I would think it's cool, but I don't know if anyone else did. I hate when it's so hot and it's night. Ahab, I hate that too. Like the night sweat sitting in your bed, just lying there, if, like, you don't have, like, full air conditioning. Dude, I live in an attic. I totally feel you, dude. And the one air vent in the room is so intelligently put directly underneath the window. So either you have to close the window and it gets super stuffy, or, and, like, then, like, the cold air doesn't leave, or you have the window open and all the cold air from the fucking vent just gets immediately blown out the window. And it also stops, like, the wind from blowing in as well and giving, like, circulation in the room. Whoever designed this was not thinking. It's 10 p.m. and it's 100 Fahrenheit. Damn, Ahab. It's saying the link is invalid. Is there another link? Try again? If that one doesn't work, I will create another one. Let me see here. I'm not good with Discord, so we'll see. Oh, never mind, it works. Okay, did you get verified? Because I know there's a verification bot in order to open up the channels, other than the scam channels. Being weird, but it works now. Okay, and there's, like, yeah, for the verification. And sometimes the bot doesn't work, so just let me know, and then I can just auto-verify you. Because we have, like, channels for, like, scam bots. For, like, you know, scammers. So you can, like, learn who the scammers are and then avoid them. Right? And you can, like, auto just blacklist all of, like, the names in the channel. All the people trying to, like, sell beta reading and shit like that. It's literally a trap for them. Because they can't verify, because they're not fucking human. You ever be so high and tired you don't know if you fell asleep? Ahab, I have woken up without realizing that I've fallen asleep. And that's because I was, like, watching a movie. And it's like, I go to sleep, or I'm, like, watching the movie, and then it's like, I'm staring at the wall, it's silent, I look over and the movie's over. And I'm like, wait. We weren't even, like, in the middle of the movie. What just happened? But yeah, no. Definitely. You ever been so high you don't realize you're high? Time starts to slow down. This is it. I'm dead. Why am I the first to go? I look into its mouth and I see visuals of different colors mixing together. It's hurting my eyes. Everything is starting to get blurry. I hear a gun. Not too far away, but close enough to know where it's coming from. Being turns its head. Why didn't it eat me alive? Does it react certain ways to different sounds? It doesn't matter. Verifying thing works. Fuck yeah. Sweet. That means we've probably fixed the bot, because I think the last 5 people that joined, the bot has worked for. So that means that I think whatever Halfy did, fixed the bot. We are reading Fizz, Captain Ahab. We are reading Fizz. We read his prologue yesterday of the apocalypse, of, like, the beings that show up and just ate people's faces. People fled to the bunkers. This is chapter 1, where they're, like, kind of trying to gather their survival things, trying to be like, well, shit, we need to, like, start a farm or some shit like that. You know, we gotta get, like, to like, plant and stuff. We gotta figure out a way of staying away from civilization, because we don't want these beings to eat us. But they had to go back to civilization, and now he's about to be eaten. Being ignores it and turns back to me, opening its mouth and literal inches away from biting my head off, until I hear, "Hey, freak face!" Sam yells. It's Sam. He must be the one who has a gun. But it's too late. I know I'm dead. Being suddenly falls over to my right and just lays there. Staring at the being, I see a wound on its skin. Sam must have shot it. What are you doing? Go! There! Over there! Sam is yelling at me this time. Get up and start running where he pointed. I stop. I don't want to leave. Like, okay. I am literally, like, hearing, like, the overlay sound effect of, like, shell shock in, like, war movies. Like, that's how powerful the impression of, like, shocked out of your fucking mind this is, like, imposing. Right? Sam's yelling at me this time. I get up and start running. Where he pointed, I stop. I don't want to leave Sam behind. Sam told me to go to the group. I don't want to go against his word. Doesn't matter. I hear Sam scream and I run back toward the group. Was that Sam? Is he okay? Daisy asks. I'm hesitant, but I finally get it out. Sam is dead. Damn, bro. Damn. I didn't want to predict it, because I was like, there's no way, right? But, like, the journal, the connection, the emphasis on that, I was like, there was a chance. There was a chance, but I wasn't sure. Damn, Fizz. Damn, just like that. Just like that. And this gives me thoughts. I don't think I'm right. I don't want to say it, but it gives me thoughts. And I want to read the next chapter to see, because, like, what happened. Like, there are a couple of connected dots that I'm like, okay, I could see that. I could see that. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes. I'm good to put my story and writing stuff. It's just a draft, but it should be good for people to read. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, just, cool guy. Like, my stuff's like that. Like, Stoner Girl Evolution is in literally, like, first draft rough skeleton format up to, like, chapter 5, right? So it's like, I'm a huge planner and everything. Like, I need, like, the story to be, like, already in my head before I even start writing. And there's, like, certain things to do with, like, character background, character reasoning, the motivations, and, like, the deeper, darker side of, like, the background of the character and some sort of affirming thing that, you know, makes that character super special. For instance, like, the cook and, like, you know, his philosophy on life and finding his, like, captured brother. The botanist and, like, her dad and the phage plants and everything. Like, Dilip and, you know, his transformation of being a good person, let's say, or N-Word's transformation of his change of position towards culture, and eventual siding with the main character. I mean, what? I mean, you can say whatever you want about connections, whatever. I'm just not gonna confirm or deny stuff. They're just transformations of humans, and it's like some sort of like not real but like hallucination from the character, and he's like a personification of the actual evil that's being enforced. But I'm like, I think that leaves too many plot holes. I don't know, but we'll see. Alright, let's see. Project Artemis. Ooh, I love the name. That's so good. If you know your NASA lore, great name. And it's like it's about going to the moon. So it's like I'm guessing you have like moon lore knowledge and like NASA lore knowledge to like specifically use that name. Oh yeah, I love Greek myth. Oh, okay, absolutely. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay. A little bit, yeah. The Artemis missions. Alright. So we'll probably read for like... well, first of all, like, how long is like the actual prologue? Because, like, I'm assuming we get through the prologue and a little bit of chapter 1. Probably read for, like, 25 minutes or something like that. Whole point of the Sam will figure it out repeating a few times is because he's dead. Gone. So it's like a premonition of knowing that he was gone. So it's like, the other thought was like, are the people real in his head? Or are the people figments of his imagination? And it's either a coping mechanism or, again, he can't figure it out now. Yeah, because it's like his means to discover it was Sam, which is dead. So even with, like, let's say the journal, he wouldn't have the insider information to be able to, like, translate it, to figure it out, right? But it's like, clearly Sam knew more than what he was saying, right? So there could be a connection there. Able to think like Sam, you know? Yeah, I can see that. Ads! Oh, we are in the ads. For now we see where our ads be. I will be in what I see. Henry might know something, but he doesn't talk, so he probably doesn't. Wink, wink. Yeah. I love that concept. I mean, people could say as cliche as it is. I mean, it's a cliche. Cliches are a cliche for a reason. It's because they work. So never feel like you have to step away from cliches. Like, I fucking love cliches. They're so, like... Because you can, like... all you have to do is just have a new take on the cliche, right? Add your own little type of... little bit of spice to the scenario that the cliche is, like, incorporated inside of, right? I'm back from the journey of the ads. Welcome back, cool guy. I know, fucking ads. I hate Twitch. They're such a shitty platform. Why they force someone with, like, 6 viewers to have ads is, like... They get, like, 80 cents out of me a month. Like... Why do I have to interrupt my stream for that? I don't know. It irks me. Because I can either turn the ads off, and then you get pre-rolls, where it's like every time you refresh the page, every time you enter, you could just get a random fucking 5-minute ad. It's so annoying. That's why I stream on every platform, except, well, YouTube, because I do copyright stuff, because I'm such a small streamer. Like, no one, you know, I'm not going to get banned for breaking the rules, as long as I'm not, like, retarded, right? Like, I don't say the N-word, I don't say the homophobic F-word, but I mean, we've shown Donnie's dick on stream, because even though it's against TOS to watch movies, we watch The Wolf of Wall Street, because we watch a lot of movies here. And, you know, when Donnie pulls out his dick to Margot Robbie. So, if I didn't get banned for that, I think we're good, right? Yeah, but I mean, I guess it's semi-worth it for the streamer. Well, like, for my analytics, like, I literally make, like, 47 cents a stream. I may stream every day for, like, 8 hours. So, you know, it's, like, $13 to $16 a month, right? I mean, sure, yeah, it's money, right? It is what it is. But I'm in a, like, I'm in a unique position of, I'm epileptic, I am, like, I live with my parents, I'm fully taken care of, all I do is, like, creative and write, like, I don't have any obligations to anything, I'm, you know, I do it for the love of the fucking game, right? And I understand it's, like, there's a lot of people in, like, the writing and reading section, right? It's, like, to be, like, fully supportive in a writing career is a very hard thing to do, right? So it's, like, that's why I try to, like, support other people and stuff, because I know, like, it could be such a struggle to have, like, a reliant career on something that's so fickle. And I'm privileged enough to not have to worry about that, so I like to share that privilege with other people through, you know, my interactions, right? Which gives, at least in my hope, a positive outlook towards things, right? But anyways, I'm going to take a toke, and then we're going to read this. Three, two, one, toke! At Tokes all day long. Alright, here we go. This is cool guy stuff. Prologue. The break. The date was 1975, May 6th. Exactly 5 years before that. The Apollo 13 crashed. 5 years after that, when a project that was meant to change the world finally got completed. Arthur peered away from his computer. Hey, I'm almost done with the last patch of debugging. Are you ready to make the hard drive? Yeah. Getting the hard drive ready for download now, replied Victor. Hastily rolled his chair to a very disorganized drawer. Arthur watched as he struggled to find the hard drive. Keep telling you, we need to organize that drawer. This is what? The 9th time you couldn't find something in a week? Arthur chuckled, still searching through the mess of notebooks and wires. Victor finally found what he was looking for. Like, this is an amazing intro, because it's, like, immediately off the bat, you're like, your characters have voice, your characters have presence, your characters have humor, your characters have dialogue, and it's like, within this, you can, like, immediately, like, understand the, don't worry, I can't fucking spell either, bro. I fucking can't spell worth shit. There was one other point I was gonna make. Like, the dynamic between the characters, right? And it's like, you've built that all within, like, the first 50 words. So it's like, now I'm invested because I want to know what these characters are doing, right? I want to hear another joke. I want to... Well, this is about space, right? Well, they're obviously working in something like NASA, so... Yeah, that's what I was going for. Yeah, I love that, because it's like, it's something that people will try to establish a setting first, and that's honestly one of the worst things I think you can do, because, like, at that point, no one has a reason to care. So even if you are in love with your world and you love your setting, you need to present characters as your, like, trump card for making people fall in love with your world. At least that's what my opinion is of the strongest, like, types of stories, right? Because the problem is people won't read your story if they, you know, can't get a connection to it. Keep telling you, we need to organize... And I think of this as, like, Lord of the Rings, of, like, the introduction into the Shire, and, like, Gandalf arriving, and, like, stuff like that, right? Like, everything off of the bat just gives you this, like, jovial, wonderful, fantastical vibe of friendship, right? And then all hell breaks loose. It's like the foreshadowing being like, hey, this is the calm before the storm, right? Especially, like specifically for me, it's like, you know, the idea of, like, the fireworks scene, where it's like something, you know, because what this is like how I do it in writing, right? I take something and I do it on a small scale, and then I take that same thing and I do it on a large scale. And I find if you don't do that thing on a small scale and you just do it on a large scale, sometimes it just doesn't land. But if you've already done it on a small scale, it gives, like, a hint towards the reader, right? Can't give any spoilers, but you're close. Never give me spoilers. I pride myself in being able to predict and figure people's stories out and stuff, but never give me spoilers or tell me if I'm right, because I just like the, like, exhilaration of, like, trying to predict if, like, I can figure out where you're coming from with the story, right? I get so much satisfaction out of that. It's retarded. And even when I'm wrong, because I'm like, okay, why am I wrong? What part of the equation did I not take into account, right? I'm just a very, very analytical person. Yeah, definitely. 9th time you couldn't find the something in a week, Arthur chuckled, still searching through the mess of notebooks and wires. Victor finally found what he was looking for. Ha! In your face, Arthur. We don't need to organize a drawer that I've got memorized, said Victor proudly. He rolled over to his desk and grabbed a pencil. Victor crudely wrote, I see, then passed it over to Arthur. Alright, I'm just finishing up a few more lines, then we should be ready to do a test run. Arthur plugged the hard drive in, started the download. Victor stood behind him, gripping his chair and tapping his foot on the floor anxiously. They were so close to the finish line. Excuse me. All it took to get there was this hard drive. After a few moments of waiting with the download slowly inching further, Arthur tried to break the silence. Well, this was really anticlimactic. Suddenly, they both started to burst out laughing. That was probably the best thing you could have said, said Victor, chuckling to himself. Many hours passed as the download slowly continued. It wasn't until 10 p.m. when the download was complete. Victor and Arthur looked at their long-awaited finished product. The crushing weight that had been on their backs was finally lifted. They had worked on the Integrated Companion, IC for short, an AI that self-improved as it observed its surroundings for 5 years now. After the Apollo 13 crash, NASA needed something to prove itself, and they had it right in front of them. Do you know what this means, Victor? Once we show this to the world, we could become... Arthur took an exaggerated gasp. I don't know, millionaires? Victor pulled a bottle of champagne from the mini fridge and poured it into a glass and took a deep drink. Think bigger, Arthur. This could put us with the big ones. We could become billionaires. NASA doesn't just want another project. They want something to revive them. Something that investors will be on their hands and knees for. He paused, smiling at Arthur. Do you know how many billionaires there are right now? You can count them on your fingers. We would be part of a new breed, exclaimed Victor. This just reminds me of like I'm a huge tangent person, right? So it's like, have you guys seen the meme of like Elon Musk being a trillionaire, and it's like there's like 4 people in front of him, and it's like some random like Shah al-Abdul Seek 5.7 trillion, like Isam Il Abadal 4.8 trillion, and like some other guy with like 3 and then 2, and then it's like Elon at the bottom. It's like no one equates like the wealth of like the great sultans of the Middle East, what their actual worth is and stuff. I thought it was fucking hilarious because I'm like, it's kind of true, right? Where you can have like evaluation on the stock market like as much as you want, but like these people have had like the world's wealth for like literally thousands of years. Like, I mean, and they're kind of starting to prove it now with what the UAE is doing and like Qatar and Dubai and just the whole Middle East becoming like more westernized and realizing that they need like more than just their oil sultans to like sustain their economy for like the next 150 years. I haven't seen that. What? Laughing out positively. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I'm fucking retarded. I'm like, wait, what was I talking about? What could he possibly be talking about? UAE. The meme, right. The meme of Elon being the richest man in the world, but it's only because it's on paper in the stock market. The fucking meme, yes. God, I'm so dumb. Exclaimed Victor. He then pulled out blueprints of an expensive mansion he wanted. Arthur looked out of their window and took a deep breath, smelling the sweetness of champagne, feeling the confidence and power lingering around the room. I bet a lot of women would want some of Arthur Thorne after this. Oh, please, you? Even a snail would dump you. And it's like, I can just imagine the way that he, like, says this, right? Like, you're a complete nerd dude, and you're just, like, hands on your hip, like, fucking, like, oh, we're gonna be on top of the fucking world. Bitches are gonna be all over us. So good. Oh, please, you? Even a snail would dump you, replied Victor with an eye roll. Arthur looked at the person in front of him. He never saw him like this. Victor had a muscular build. He always went to work out every Monday and Friday, and always wore the same NASA t-shirt and faded blue jeans. Please don't tell me I'm like, okay, so the other guy's buff, but that means it has to be like this guy's jealous, right? Like the main character can't be buff, right? He's got to be like a dweeby nerd, right? I need representations. Arthur looked at the person in front of him. He never saw him like this. Victor had a muscular build. He always went to work out every Monday and Friday. He always wore the same NASA t-shirt and faded blue jeans. He was also a man of science, staying in late to build blueprints for IC. The only thing that came out of Victor's mouth was work, or some new science project. Although right now, he was the opposite. He was actually having fun. Victor looked as if he was free from the weight of life. But all things fun never last forever. Just as he was about to pour another glass of champagne, the envelope came in. Yeah, I guess Arthur is a normal build. I don't think I made him a intro for him. I kind of like that. I like it's an underestimation. There are multiple like extremely famous books that never ever describe what the main character looks like, because it's supposed to allow you to like insert yourself into the position of the main character, so it never truly gives you a description of them. So it is kind of a lost art for a style, right? Dear Arthur and Victor, we send this letter to inform you that you have been requested to be part of a moon colonization project. As you are both highly qualified for this, we request that you be part of the first crew we send to the moon. We feel that we need to set a legacy on the moon, and that's what you guys are. Yeah, that was what I was thinking, but I don't know, it's kind of cool. I think I'll keep it like that. Yeah, I think it's great, right? It just shows the ingenuity and like the thought process behind it. It gives an extra layer to work with, right? Where it's like and like you can play that as well as the personality of the character for being like, you know, like it's not jealousy, it's not a comparison, it's like a notice. But it's like something that, how do you say this? It's like something that you don't realize that you're paying attention to. Does that make sense? It's like zoning out on something, right? So it's like, he's not like jealous or anything of the other guy being like buff because like he's not in shape himself. It's just something that he just happens to notice because it's, let's say it's a out of place thing because he happens to be like someone who is buff in this space, right? And there's probably not a lot of them. And that causes the character to have an attention drawn to that, but that doesn't elaborate on the actual introspection of the character, right? At least in like a emotional way, right? So yeah, I definitely get that. The way you two work together is something that we can't find anywhere else. It's a big ask for you. So we will give you 1 week to come up with your answer. Expecting a yes, Axon Corp. Victor, after reading this, started laughing hysterically. Arthur, read this, he said, passing the letter to Arthur. What's this? Arthur replied. Did you already tell NASA about IC? He was too busy poring over blueprints for a moon base to answer. Victor gleamed at the fact that he had a new project to fix and build off of. Victor noticed that Arthur was finished with reading the letter. He asked, So? Pretty sweet, right? Arthur looked at Victor, then gestured for the blueprints. After a silent, awkward moment, Victor could sense the atmosphere dying down. All the fun that was once there was slowly dying away. No. Arthur's voice was set and stern. There's no way we are going to the moon. Which, by the way, is in space? And we have no idea what's out there. Before he could finish the sentence, Victor interrupted. Arthur, I know that your view on space has changed since Heather died. Bomb drop. Bomb drop! Arthur looked at Victor, his voice sharp. I told you. Don't. bring her up. But Arthur, that's the point. How are we supposed to improve so what happened never happens again? We don't experiment. I think this is probably the earliest in a story I've had, like, an emotional reaction, right? That was, like, the timing of that. Like, oh my god. Like, my heart literally sank. And it's like, you know, the trajectory of paths of, like, wait, this is gonna tie back to his work. This is gonna be an important backstory thing. Oh, fuck, man. Here we go! Adventure time, boys! Holy shit! And that's how you can tell that it's like you've built up a connection to the characters when it's like, even though it's been such a short amount of time, it's like something as simple as that makes you literally, like, almost gasp, right? And you just know immediately, right? And it's like, there is an art to the... Fuck, I lost myself. The DI, like the ending of it. Where is it? This. Of, like, where you end this. Right? And I'm just thinking, really, that's so cool to see happen. I didn't even really mean for that to happen. It was nice to make a flashback too, though. Yeah. And I will say, cool guy, like, I'm a super emotional person. So, you know, don't take my response, like, I'm like a Geiger counter in that way. Like, I will just go off at fucking anything. But I will say that reading through the entire... This will be my comparison. Reading through the entirety of The Wheel of Time, right? From what we've read, I've only had one moment in time where I've had, like, an actual emotional response. And it's like, this is a personal thing for me. Not because, like, I've had someone die in my life. It's just, like, my worst fear of something, right? And it's like, Rand, the main character, is inside, like, an alternate dimension. And he's basically experiencing all of the realities and all of the experiences and all of the choices of all the alternate realities of, like, his entire existence. Gives the reader enough to finish... the word, gives an emotional weight to the sentence, and you know exactly where to cut it off because the character knows I want to say Adam, but his name's not Adam. Fucking Arthur is like, he knew what the word was going to be, so he knew the perfect time to interrupt, right? Because he was like, never finish that fucking word. Don't ever say that fucking word in front of me, right? But anyways, so Rand is experiencing all of these possible experiences, right? And his whole storyline thing is that, like, he's the dragon reborn, and he's basically is gonna go mad. Like, by being the person that can touch the one power because of its taint, he will slowly go mad and kill everyone around him with his powers, right? And there's, and it's like he's experiencing all these realities of him, like, killing all the people, him having to be killed, and all of this. It's like, where he married the woman that he loved, he married the woman that he, you know, needed to be with politically, and then it comes to one line. And it says, and this is Egwene, the true woman that he loves, and it's like one of the, existences he married her, and it says, and Egwene plunged the dagger into his heart, and he was glad for it. And it's like, even now, it's just like, it broke me. I cried for, like, fucking 45 minutes. Like, it was fucking insane. Just that imagination of that one moment of the, like, the giving up of the sacrifice of knowing, and the one that, like, has to kill you is the one that you love. Right? Just, for me, that trope is just, that hits me so fucking hard. Right? So, like, death of loved ones, especially in, like, accidents or stuff like that, is just like, oh, I have a personal fucking bias to being fucking touched by that. Oh. But anyways, back to the story. How are we supposed to improve so what happened never happens? We don't experiment. And now I'm instantly thinking, wait, was his wife someone that was on, like, Apollo 13? Or what was the one before Apollo 13? Fuck. I can't remember. The one that didn't even get off the ground. And it was like a heat valve issue with like oxygen distribution, killed 3 or 4 astronauts, and one of them was a female. I think it was like one of the first female actual deaths on a rocket for NASA. I'm not 100%, but I think it was like actually the first like female astronaut death. Don't quote me on that. But Arthur. Okay, Arthur pulled up his chair and sat down, put his fingers on his temple. Is that what you think we are, Victor? Experiments? Was Heather just an experiment? No. Victor, we are humans. We live lives, and not just that. We could be more than humans with lives. We could be humans with important lives. If we leave, who's gonna release IC? Victor slammed his hand on the desk. Arthur, you're missing the point. If we go to the moon, we could be immortal. Our legacy in space. Do you know the possibilities this proposition possesses? Arthur stood up and looked at Victor. You know what? Arthur asked sarcastically. You are so busy thinking about the science and possibilities that you forget about life. Do you know how many times I've had to go out and work 3 different jobs just to be able to pay for IC to be created? Arthur, Victor said, his voice dropping to a serious, sharp tone. This is what we have dreamed of. This is a world where there is no rent to pay, where we work in harmony and not competing with other countries to be the best. Arthur went up to Victor, looked him directly in the eyes, and said, if you go to that tomb and you die up there, then you will have to die knowing I won't be coming to find you. With that, Arthur left the office, slamming the heavy metal door behind him, glancing at the IC blueprints and files, knowing that once he closes this door, it wouldn't be him leaving without Victor. By the time he got to the sidewalk, with a still, cold feeling in the air, he heard the door rush open and Victor yell down to him, not noticing the hard drive for IC in his hand. And I guess this is goodbye, son. Wait. No way. That's just a euphemism, right? Right? Now I see the dynamic. Oh my god. Cool guy, what's amazing about this is like I live for this kind of shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. We were saying about cliches earlier. Cliches are only bad if done wrong. I didn't even think about it. That's the best part to me, is it didn't even cross my mind. And then in hindsight, I'm like, wait, how did I not? Like, I'm berating myself inside of my head for not picking that up. I'm like, all the breadcrumbs were there. All the evidence was there. All I had to do was just open my mind. And I would have seen it. Holy fuck. You know what? Straight up, that deserves a fucking standing ovation, dude. Like, it's presentation and everything, right? It's fucking... Holy shit. That is storytelling 101. Right? Like, holy fuck. I gotta take a piss. Something it's wrong to say his heart thumped in his chest, because that's cliche, but it's what everyone feels when they see someone they can fall in love with. Yeah, I agree, Hugo. I'll be right back. Damn, I need a toke after that. This shit's insane. And now the best part about it, cool guy, is like you've built like an expectation. Like one time is like, holy shit. 2 times is like, wait, what the fuck? But now I'm like, wait. Wait. So is like I'm back from the journey of ads. True. Is like, so like. It's not gonna, could it be his son going to get his father, and that's why he's the main character, or could be his son, right, and like the grandfather? Because I'm trying to piece together, like, obviously, because this is a flashback, right, this connects to the main character, but whether Arthur is actually the main character going after his father, or it's like Arthur's son, or someone else going after Arthur, right, and maybe it's like, you know, let's say Vincent goes the first time, sets everything up, Arthur goes the second time, and then the next guy. But I'm pretty sure I remember you saying Arthur goes to the moon. So I think, right, it's like later on, like let's say 20 years later, right? They lose contact, he can't contact his dad, he goes up there, and then everything gets fucked. And like this is like why you know why he wanted to go, because it's his dad. Fucking beautiful setup. 3, 2, 1, toke! You're on the right track. Who do you think Heather is? The only way I can assume, because I'm like, I don't think it's his sister because of the way that the dad was talking. So it has to be his wife, right? Or someone he would assume could have been his wife. Because I feel like there's like a thing there where it's like, I feel like, for instance, the feeling I get from it is that he never lived the life he wanted with her. So whether he never told her that he loved her, and he's holding this, like, Arthur. Heather would be Arthur's wife. Or, like, love interest in some way. A woman he never, you know, he admired and never told, and then she died in an accident, and they were probably co-workers, and she worked at NASA or something like that. Like, that's just, like, where my mind goes, right? And that somehow influenced him to make IC, because, like, that would, like, you know, if we can get AI to flight, like, to go on flights, then we don't have to put people on flights, so if the flight blows up, people won't die. Which is why I assumed that she had died in, like, a rocket explosion. Close, but I won't spoil. Okay, okay. But yeah. That's where my brain instantly goes. Because I look at it like, how would I, like, how would I do the story, and what does the story feel like is natural? And then I find like the compromise between that, right? And then I just make assumptions. And then I just basically speak my mind out loud. That's my like process of critique. And I think it works really well because it's like on the spot, like instant reactions, right? It's not like I'm giving long, hard thoughts about it, because there's like the immediate critique and then there's the overall critique, right? And I think that immediate critique is something that is significantly underrated. Man, we haven't had a scat man in fucking forever, boys. It's because Smokey's not here. I hate that it just starts off because it's like, it's always still quiet. And I'm like, but we get doubles on it. Whoops, that's not what I want. I don't know if it's IQ. Volume master. It's retarded. Okay. You ready?
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician? Reasons would try to change the seasons if they could. The state of the condition insults my intuition, and it only makes me crazy and a heart like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask about the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor, and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm a scat man. Repeat after me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Dooby melody. Yeah, I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man. I'm the scat man.
Hell yeah, we haven't had a scat man in so long, dude. That was so good. Hell yeah, I get my blood fucking pumping. Oh, yeah, scat man, I'm not gonna lie, I just clicked a bunch of buttons because they were flashing. Oh my god! Yeah. Welcome to Channel Redeems. If only Smokey was here, he'd be going off the wall buzzing about this. I'm actually sweating now because it's fucking 100 degrees in here. But that was totally worth it. Oh my god. Woo! Get those muscles set up. That's the most exercise I've done since I had a good t-shirt. Oh, fuck. Anyways. Arthur looked back. This was his last chance. Would he really leave his dad? Person he's known his entire life? Yes. Arthur shook his head and kept going forward. Those were the last words Arthur ever heard from his father. And it wasn't a blessing. It was a curse that would follow him to the moon. Holy fuck, dude. I love that. Oh my god. Sets everything up, gives you an emotional setting. It gives you a personal setting. It gives you stakes. It gives you motivation. It gives you, tidbits of the story. Like, it's a sci-fi story, it's about the moon, you know, and you could just assume that, like, since that's a prologue, this is going to be later on, so it may be, you know, either the son or his father going back for his father in some way, but it's like, and that's the one thing about storytelling is the way and the order in which you present information, right? And that creates the feeling around the information, because you create assumptions based upon the information that you're given. So based on the order of that information, you have like a different set of assumptions, right? And that ordering is like, it's different for everybody, right? But that ordering is like what you're looking for or trying to like put out to the universe, right? So it's like, if you get it, you get it, right? It's I want to explain it like, you know, those like Mr. Incredible memes where it has like, you know, the normal one and then like the one in like super black, and it'll have some saying over it, and it's like, if you know, you know. Lit equals literally, by the way. Yeah. I literally have a doc that goes over story building before I even started writing. I created layouts for every chapter and like literally everything. See, I do that in my head. Like, for instance, for Stoner Girl Evolution, right? So, character gets isekai'd, and their consciousness is basically taken to another world. But simultaneously, they choke and die on a weed seed. So instead of their consciousness be taken out of their body is dragged with their consciousness, and their consciousness is put back inside of their own body. And now they're isekai'd into the new world in their own body. And then they spit out the weed seed. There's a phage plant that absorbs the DNA of the plant that it eats. Eats the weed seed, becomes the first weed bud. Because of some interesting combinations about the goddess that's now inside of the main character's head in the Akashic field, magic comes out of that. So she smokes the weed, she gets like a voice in her head that tells her what the spell is. If you inhale the weed, and depending upon the amount of smoke in your lungs is the amount of potency of the spell, so and then you have to say whatever the spell name is. So like casting would be like Fireball! Right? So just imagine like a bunch of mages trying to cast spells like that, right? And then we get into like potions, into liquids, into like oils, into foods, because one of the main characters is a chef, and yeah, consciousness get pulled into dead bodies, so we have like a zombie character, and it's all about zombies, and it's all because the leaders of both of the nations are best friends, but they can't let each other, like, they can't let the public know, because the techno nation and the religious nation are at war for like theological reasons, because the theocracy of the religion nation doesn't approve of technology, so they're trying to blow up the technology one, but technology just happens to be stronger. And all of Legion's entire existence runs on miracles from the goddess. So imagine every piece of like infrastructure. So for instance, like you'd get a miracle from the goddess that would make an animal have like unlimited stamina and be able to like pull unlimited weight. So like your entire infrastructure of like your entire country is built upon the principle that like you can basically like do anything for like no energy, right? So when the goddess gets trapped inside of the main character, all of the miracles stop. And the entire infrastructure and all of its military power and everything about Legion basically starts to fall apart. And it's all because the leaders have a bet. And they're like, can we control the goddess if she's real? So they, using the miracles of the goddess and technology, they built a machine that was capable of dragging consciousnesses across universes and, like, dimensions. And they trapped the goddess and her husband, Akashic Field, inside of the main character. And since the war is now heavily tipped towards Techno, but they're more of the defending, you know, they don't go and blow up Legion. And then there's the third city of Menos, where basically refugees of Techno and Legion come to when they flee the nations. And it's like, Legion is like a Vatican theocracy completely owned by the Pope, basically, right? And you have to, for instance, women have to give up their firstborn child, and they basically put it in like a slave encampment, teach it to do a certain miracle, and they use that as like factory industry. So it's like you legally have to give up your firstborn in order to like keep society going, right? And then in Techno, it's like the perfect society, but it's run by AI, and you have to be chipped, and it basically in real time reads all of your minds and everybody's minds, and in real time will like change how the laws are written and how people interpret like what type of society they want. Like every second it like updates based upon what people's current thoughts are. But people have like this stigma towards freedom where they feel like they're being manipulated, so they basically like leave Techno. Bro, that's so crazy. There's so much to build off of. Yeah, and like this is like, there's like the whole underground with the machine, there's whole sidelines with zombies, stoner girls, stoner magic, the goddess, the Akashic Field, their background, where they came from, all of Legion, its infrastructure, the characters. Yeah. And it's like literally, it's just all built in my head. It's just like every time I go over it, I'm like, okay, well, where can I add something? Where am I lacking in something, right? And I'm just like fill in the holes with stuff. Like today we're talking about the botanist character, and I don't really have like a background for her, so I was thinking she should have some way that's connected to Techno and the phage plant. So it should be something like her background is like her dad was from Techno, but no one knew it, and he escaped to Legion. This is before like Menos existed or something, and he basically took the phage plant with them, and the phage plant, the botanist uses it as like a spice orienter. So I was originally thinking of it as like the like Arabic spice trade of like these plants are so important because they can like breed different herbs together and stuff to make like different spices. So it's like there's an entire industry in the world based upon like building and creating these delicate spices to create food with, right? And then I'm like, well, how would that tie to the phage plant? I'm like, well, if we could do a genetic engineering inside of Techno, because the level of Techno's technology is like year 2300, like cyberpunk level technology, right? So this would be like super easy to genetically engineer a plant to do this. And they took it to Legion because he basically wanted to show that technology wasn't evil. And then there's like this whole coup, and people found out. Botanist had to like leave. Her dad was killed. She was left with the phage plants. And now it's like there's the connection between the phage plants and botanist and stoner girl. And you have like a character that can explain the background and like what's going on, of giving like tips and hints of information throughout the story. Because that was kind of something that I was lacking, was a character that could give me information, right? And having this kind of background with this character not only does that, but it also emphasizes why the character is where they are, like why they're hiding and keeping it a secret, and why they're working with certain people. And it's like, if everyone found out that this could be done, right, it basically ruined the market and ruined her monopoly on it. So there's like an entire economic feature towards it as well. And that was stuff we just came up with today, because there's a lot of characters I have blank slate backstories for that I have an idea of, like, what needs to happen, but I don't have the specifics of that, right? So I love brainstorming and just, like, coming up with random ideas. And I don't know if that's actually, like, I might come up with another idea. That's why I didn't write it down, because I think there's, like, 3 or 4 plot holes in it that I need to think about to fill. Right? First of all, is, like, time period-wise. Like, how does this happen within a time period? And how does that affect other things? This also comes back to later on in the story, Legion is going to attack Menos, steal the botanist, the alchemist, another character, and all of the phage plants and take them back to Legion. And it's going to be like a kidnapping situation, right? And then all the main characters lose all of their, like, abilities because they don't have phage plants. They can't use weed anymore, right? They can't use magic. And then it's like this, like, time skip montage of the characters, like, learning to, like, basically use their skills without having magic. And that's, like, why they, like, jump to, like, the next level of skill, right? And then they have to go back to Legion and rescue their friends, right? And the entire time, because Stoner Girl is the only one who knows how magic works and which plant it is, right, from smoking it, the cardinal that steals all the plants doesn't know that. So he takes the botanist and the alchemist, and there's another character, I don't know what class it is, but it's going to be relative to that, dealing with, like, the type of plants. Whether it's an engineer or something like that, to create, like, a biologist or a laboratory, to create, like, beakers and, like, systems for, like, a chemist, something like that, but I don't exactly know. And basically they take them back, and they can't figure out which plants are which spell, right? Because Stoner's the only one who knows which plants are which spell. So there's this scene where it's supposed to be, like, a room of, like, 100 people, and they've all got, like, basically, like, pipes or, like, pre-rolled joints or stuff, and they're all smoking, and they're all, like, saying random words, trying to get these spells to go off. And then every, like, once in a while, like, they'll actually, like, land on one of the spells and be like, some person will be like, Hailstorm! Hailstorm! You know, like, just, like, totally free. Like, I got one! I got there, guys! I'm just, like, I just love the idea of this scene in my mind. And, like, the botanist, the alchemist, and like, everyone else is just, like, sitting there, like, fuck, man, what the fuck is this shit? Right? So ridiculous. But I don't know, I just love the idea of that scene so much that I'm like, I have to incorporate it in. And then it just made sense after, like, you need, like, you're basically brute forcing your way to finding which strains are which spell. Which I was like, well, that's, like, the perfect, like, metaphor for essentially what Legion does, right? They don't like what you do, they brute force you out of it and then make you basically disappear. So it's like, fuck! What are you gonna do? But then there's, in the back of my mind, I'm like, can I come up with a better backstory? And no matter how good I come up with, like, something or how much I think it's, like, intertwined, I always have the thought in the back of my head, is there more? Am I not tapping into more? Please. Brain, give me more! And then I just, like, strain out about it until I'm, like, ripped. Yeah. But, like, I say one of my best things is, like, memory recall, with, like, being able to, like, I need something to, like, recall the memory, right? But as soon as I have that trigger to recall the memory, it's like, I just have, like, all the information just instantly downloaded into my brain. So, like, I never really worry about, once I've, like, mapped something out in my mind, like, as in-depth as this, and I have, like, all the nuances and everything, I've never had a point in time where it's like, I've forgotten that. I mean, there probably will come a time, and I will be extremely upset that I didn't write something down, because I'll have, like, you know, like a record of my stream talking about it, but I'll never be able to remember it. And then, like, 5 years after I publish the book, someone brings a clip to me of, like, why didn't you do this in your book? And I'll be like, oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot! How did I miss that, right? And there's always, you know, in the back of your mind, you always gotta have a little piece of intuition telling you to push forward, be better, you know. There can be more. Never settle. Perfectionist mindset, right? 3, 2, 1, toke. Cool guy, and I'm just imagining shit like lie detector tests and shit like that, where people are like, you know, using that to purposefully like erase their memories to like, you know, be a witness for something like a murder or something like that, or like go through something. No, that never happened. No, well, he's telling the truth. You know how it is. It's like, well, that's because I erased the memory of me doing it. Ha 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 ha. Like some Rick and Morty, brain blazers kind of shit. Like, fuck, what's it called? Whatever the memory thing is that they have. But anyways, guys, I was only going to stream for like 3 hours. This happens like every fucking day. And then I just get more and more tired every single day. But we're going to call it here. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being you. Thanks for sharing your stories, as always, guys. I really appreciate you guys. You're fucking amazing. Never stop being you. Never stop creating. Never stop imagining. Never stop spreading your ideas, because you are worth it. You are amazing. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Yeah, and we'll be back again tomorrow, every day, same time, so never fret. Never worry about missing. We will always be back the day after. Alright. Who we rating today? Is Rebecca on? Is Rebecca on? I'm gonna wind up getting in another 7-hour conversation with her if I raid her. But let's see if she's on. It doesn't look like she's on, but okay. We got a new one here, guys. We got a new one. Last couple days have been a bunch of new people because I've been raiding at random times and having such a long stream. But it is what it is. Get your wheels ready, and we'll see you on the other side.
How are you? Another wonderful day. It's good. What were you up to? New people, new stories, new experiences, new outlook. Okay. Never let it stop. New story every day. Today's story for me were people got their stores mixed up and thought the Korean shaved ice store sold the Dairy Queen Fruity Pebble Shake. If only that was how words flowed. I can only manage ideas. that was my big experience today. I wanted to tell them, no, they don't sell the Fruity Pebbles shake here. They sell Korean shaved ice. I don't know what planet you're living on. But I thought it would be rude if I did that, so I didn't do that.
Alright, guys, we'll see you in the next one.